for this. It's a wrap for the European leg of Taylor Swift's Eras tour.
It's yours over.
And now that she's had a chance to digest everything that's happened on the career-defining trek, she is putting her thoughts on the tour on social media, and in doing so has actually spoken for the first time about the whole Vienna concert cancellations.
Yes.
In a lengthy post.
15th time? 15th?
All right, you have to stop. He's not going to be able to get through the show.
Which is where Swift touched on the Vienna cancellations for the first time. She said, having our Vienna shows canceled was devastating. The reason for the cancellations filled me with a new sense of fear and a tremendous amount of guilt because so many people had planned on coming to these shows. But I was also so grateful to the authorities because thanks to them, we were grieving concerts and not lives. As to why she hadn't spoken on the terrorist threats that led to the cancellation of the 3 shows in Vienna, she explained by saying, let me be very clear. I am not going to speak about something publicly if I think doing so might provoke those who would want to harm the fans who come to my shows.
It seems logical.
Yeah, she said, in cases like this one, silence is actually showing restraint and waiting to express yourself at a time when it's right to. My priority was finishing our European tour safely, and it is with great relief that I can say that we did that.
Was Travis Kelce with her at that point in time, and couldn't he have beaten up the terrorist?
He could have easily beaten up the terrorist, right? I just don't know if he was there or not.
He could beat up the world.
It's so odd when celebrities or anybody really, for that matter, gets in trouble for not saying anything. You know, for being silent about something and then being criticized.
It happens a lot.
It really does.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
shut up.
Shut the hell up. And if she wants to talk about it, she can. It's her right to talk about it whenever and however she wants.
How come Taylor Swift hasn't spoken about that weighing the fish thing at the trout competition?
Come on. Weigh in.
Why are they putting lead weights in bass to win competitions?
I guess with the immediacy of social media, and if you are active on social media, that people would expect something very, very quickly. I know you're right, but I'm just saying what expectations have become. You know what I mean?
I can tell you something.
It's weird.
I didn't hear you speaking out about it.
No.
Actually,
you know who else didn't say anything?
Hasselhoff.
Yeah.
Come on.
Son of a
How
bitch.
many times?
This rat prick is basically disconnected from the world, and we are noticing.
Yep. Richard Simmons' brother, Lenny Simmons, has shared with People magazine that Richard's death was accidental. He passed away at 76 years of age in July and was found by his longtime housekeeper a day after celebrating his birthday. So he said, the Simmons family shared in a statement saying, the coroner informed Lenny that Richard's death was accidental due to complications from recent falls and heart disease as a contributing factor. The toxicology report was negative, other than the medication Richard had been prescribed. So I guess.
Have you ever seen a picture of this brother?
Fell down. No,
I didn't even know he had a brother.
No, I didn't either. But I guess he maybe as of late, he was prone to falling down.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you fall in the wrong way, there's a guy that in my community fell down the stairs, died.
Oh, that's
It can happen, and picture of health. So
that's why if you can stay mobile and, as people get older, that's why they always, you see in the hospital, they always ask you, have you fallen recently?
Yes. Yeah. The statement went on to thank Richard's fans for all the support in the days since his death. The family wishes to thank everyone for their outpouring of love and support during this time of the great loss, according to the statement.
There's a picture of him up on the screen here in the studio. Looks a lot like Richard.
He does, similar.
Yeah.
Still sad to think about. So J-Lo's ex, Alex Rodriguez, shared a cryptic quote on Instagram stories after she filed for divorce from her pool boy, Ben Affleck.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck.
By the way, when the news story came down, Nick had sent us all the story in a text chain, and he just wrote, "No word from the pool boy yet," which I love.
I apologize.
This is going to be the year of Chrisagon.
That quote and that clip will be in my brain until I die.
Yeah.
Just forever.
I'm attempting to get more of that audio so that I can AI recreate him.
Oh, God. Rodriguez, by the way, so here's what he did. He reposted his own statement that read, "You either go one way or the other. You might as well be the one deciding the direction."
What the?
I know. That's all he wrote. They began dating in 2017, by the way, and ended their engagement in 2021. After their breakup, she reconciled with Ben, married him, and has now filed for divorce. Alex Rodriguez has since moved on with fitness instructor Yac Cordero.
Yuck.
It's spelled J-A-C. Maybe it's
She's a looker, as you would imagine.
Jackie, I don't know.
Yeah,
she's got to be stunning.
The A-Rod J-Lo thing, was that precipitated by rumors that he had been cheating on her?
The breakup?
Yes.
I don't know.
I think
it
that was the case.
Right? That rings a bell.
Or it was the whole bunch of pictures of him as a centaur around the house.
That may be it, too. Maybe she just had enough of that.
I'm tired of you. You're not a horse.
So Joey Lawrence's wife, Samantha Lawrence, has filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable difference. She is seeking sole physical custody of their daughter with restrictive visitation rights for Joey.
If you say whoa one more time, I'm going to rip your head off.
It was filed 2 months ago after their separation in June. Samantha's demands include preventing Joey from having their daughter Dylan, who was born
What did you say?
January 2023, overnight until she turns 3. At that point, she would permit overnight stays for up to 2 nights a week, but opposes extended visits until Dylan is older.
Is this where there's smoke, there's fire kind of thing, this kind of restriction, or is this normal?
I don't know. It sounds restrictive to me.
Yeah.
It sounds more stringent than normal. Samantha also wants to restrict the presence of non-family members around Dylan during visits unless she consents. So these strict rules could lead to a tougher fight over custody.
We'd like to file a motion of woe.
The couple... That means slow down a bit, right?
The proceedings are moving ahead too fast. We'd like to file a motion of woe.
Whoa.
The couple who met filming a Lifetime movie
What's an outrage?
in 2020 were married in May of 2022. They appear to be heading towards a heated battle.
He and his brother are getting divorced at the same time. His brother is also getting divorced.
Do we know who his brother is? Is he famous?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He was in Boy Meets World.
Yeah, Boy Meets World, yeah.
And they're all from Abington. They're all local.
Samantha recently hinted at troubles on her Instagram, removing references to Joey and posting suggestive messages about their breakup, too. Well, Danielle Fishel, very thankful to all her fans. The Boy Meets World actress took to social media to share her thanks after she received an outpouring of support following the news that she had been diagnosed with breast cancer. We have a clip of the video that she had posted. Here we go.
Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart and from my entire family for the enormous outpouring of love and support and encouragement you have sent me since I announced my breast cancer diagnosis.
So you have this celebrity that's going through this tumultuous thing, not a peep from Hasselhoff.
Nothing. Again.
Yeah.
Again.
I mean, there's so many. How many times do we need to say it?
I don't know what's going on.
She said, by the way, nobody ever wants to get news, hey, your test results were abnormal. But if you stayed on top of it, you can find out if you have something when it's stage 0 like I did. So she previously shared on the podcast that she was diagnosed with breast cancer. As she references in the new video, she caught it very, very early because she gets regular screenings and is confident that she will be able to successfully treat it. So hopefully that is certainly the case.
Yeah, I didn't realize that stage 0 is what they're classifying it as.
She's still gorgeous, by the way.
Yeah.
We're looking at the video of her. By the way, speaking of cancer, Isabella Strahan, the 19-year-old daughter of Michael Strahan, is returning to the USC campus this week to resume her studies following her battle with brain cancer.
Man, I'm sure she hopes it far more than I do, but wouldn't it be? She's gone through so much.
Yeah. She was first diagnosed with medulloblastoma last October, and it was just a month ago that she rang the bell, indicating that she was finally cancer-free after spending the better part of the last year enduring chemo and surgery to get to that point. So she's going back to school, man. That's fantastic.
Ding, ding.
Very happy. Ring the bell. Yes, maybe he's there ready for you.
Ding, ding.
SJP by Sarah Jessica Parker, the high-end shoe line, is closing its doors after a decade in business.
Now, do you need a blacksmith to put these on?
Dude. They have to have a hammer and nails. This is gonna tickle a little. Yeah. In a statement, the brand said, after 10 colorful years, SJP by Sarah Jessica Parker has made the difficult decision to close its doors this fall. The SJP
All the shoes are on sale.
The SJP Collection team expresses enormous gratitude to all their loyal customers and supporters, as well as those they've worked alongside. Steve, if you buy 2 pairs of shoes, you get a feed bag. That
There
comes
you go.
with it
Yeah.
for free,
And a poop
complimentary
catcher.
gift with purchase. Parker's final shop in New York City will close its doors this Sunday. But
There's no
fans,
valet in front, Preston. There's just a piece of wood that you tie
a hitching post.
a hitch and post.
How many years was it open, Steve? You remember? 1.
Stop it.
It's good with math.
Fans will be able to shop online for the foreseeable future.
Oh, so she's just going to be online.
The store is going to be gone, the actual brick and mortar store.
I heard, and I don't know if you know anything about this, Kathy, that her shoe line is sort of a ripoff of Jimmy Choo stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not really familiar with hers. I don't have any of hers. I don't shop it. So it's an actual store, but I mean, it's sold all over the place. So does she have her own online store? Like, is it still going to be available on Amazon and all those other
The
places?
home office is still in Kentucky.
It says this. No, the New York City shop will close its doors, and then you'll be able to shop online for the foreseeable future. So I don't know how long the foreseeable future is, but we'll see. Tim Curry has officially returned to the big screen. The actor appears in a horror movie called Stream, which opened in select theaters this week. And this is his first feature film role since his appearance in 2010's Burke and Hare. He has, however, done some voiceover work since that movie came out. He focused on voice work following this very serious stroke he had in 2012. He's been wheelchair bound ever since then.
Do we know his level of capability when it comes to speaking? If he's doing voiceover work, we assume it's pretty good, right?
I don't know, because the last time I saw video footage of him, his speech was he had
strained.
Difficult.
Yeah.
He had difficulty with it. Director Michael Levy said, this has been a really hard secret to keep and contain our excitement, especially for this long. Tim's charm always radiates and shines through everything he does, and we are so honored to have him a part of Steam. So
He's great.
He's amazing.
He's so great. If you go back, obviously, we have the current It films, which everyone is aware of. If you watch his work on the miniseries It, he's so good as Pennywise. He throws his everything into it.
Yeah.
I love him as the demon figure in Legend.
Yeah.
And other things. Hunt for Red October.
Yeah, and Clue.
He's great.
Excellent as the butler in that. And so just what a super talent. Obviously, it goes without saying, Rocky Horror Picture Show, but what an amazing actor. So I'm really happy that he's getting some work. So
Even Red October, he's great in that, too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So sometimes all you have to do is ask. Travis Kelce, who has caught the acting bug as of late with an appearance in the upcoming Ryan Murphy series Grotesquerie, and who is in talks for a role in the upcoming Chad Stahelski film Loose Cannons, made it known a few months ago that there was going to be a Happy Gilmore sequel, and he wanted in, and that is going to happen.
He's playing a character called Swan in the movie.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
In what?
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Didn't get it.
The Happy Gilmore movie.
Happy Gilmore
No,
2.
that's Billy Madison.
I know.
Stop
Yeah.
looking at me, Swan.
So this is him. This is Adam Sandler confirming that Travis Kelce will be in the movie.
Travis he mentioned it, and so we have a nice something for Travis. He's going to come by, and he's cool, very nice guy. You guys would love him in real life. What a big, handsome guy. And
He's a stud.
he's a stud, and he's so funny.
No word on when the film is due out.
So our friends at Crossing Broad, they posted a video yesterday. There was an open casting call for Happy Gilmore 2 in Morristown, New Jersey, and the line stretched around the block and then around the block again. There were 2,000 people waiting in line for the open casting call,
I think on just celebrities alone would want to be a part of this thing because it is such a cult movie.
Well, listen, and if they're going to be shooting, golf tournament scenes, you're going to need a lot of people to fill out the galleries at tournaments. So,
do you think they're going to be filming on courses here?
Don't know. I have no idea where they plan on
been
filming.
in and around the area.
Yeah, he's done some stuff here. And God knows we have some of the greatest golf courses in the country here in our general vicinity. So
where was the original film? Do we have any idea what course?
Canada for some of it.
Okay.
Because I know they spent some time in British Columbia for. I'll look that up.
Yeah, I was just curious.
The first full-length trailer for the Francis Ford Coppola epic Megalopolis dropped yesterday, and then it was abruptly pulled from everywhere.
What?
Why? Well, because at the beginning of the trailer, there are dismissive movie quotes supposedly about Coppola's greatest works, including The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, and Dracula, that were attributed to A-list movie critics like Rex Reed, Pauline Kael, and Roger Ebert, among others. The problem is the reviews were 100% made up.
What?
No way.
Because I watched that trailer, and as I'm watching it, I'm like, wait, I remember more positive reviews from these critics.
In a statement, Lionsgate Pictures said Lionsgate is immediately recalling our trailer for Megalopolis. We offer our sincere apologies they would like to apologize to the critics involved and to Francis Ford
I
Coppola.
apologize.
I'd
like to apologize.
American Zoetrope for this inexcusable error in our vetting process. They said, we screwed up. We are sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like an error. It seems like a concerted effort. If you're creating fake movie reviews.
Yeah, but why would you even take that chance?
Why would you do that?
It would immediately be very clear.
The approach was that, the whole thing's laid out. He's a visionary, and a lot of times you can't see what a visionary. And I watched the trailer. It looks pretty amazing, though the pre-reviews are like, they're calling it a little bit meandering.
Okay.
But I want to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been his passion project for years.
Yeah, I thought Adam Driver looked really cool. And
Yeah.
Steve, it just seemed like something where I kind of trust him that there's going to be at least enough worth watching. Coppola, I mean, to that even if I don't love it, I'm going to watch it.
There was a movie that brought down his, the momentum that he had years ago is One from the Heart. It was a musical all shot on sound stages. And it got ripped by the critics. I really love that movie. So, you take everything for what you think about it.
All right, we have an update on Happy Gilmore.
Yes.
Shot in British Columbia, Vancouver. Or Vancouver, British Columbia.
Okay.
All right.
Canadian. So hopefully he'll shoot around here. It'd be awesome. Victoria Beckham is getting her own docuseries on Netflix. According to a press release from the streamer, they've just started production on the series that will follow Victoria as she works to build a fashion and beauty empire.
I can't wait.
Netflix also promises that the documentary will get up close and personal with the former pop star as she juggles her business and family life. This won't be the first time that she's worked on a docuseries with Netflix, considering that she took part in the streamer's Beckham docuseries. And, of course, that focused on her husband David Beckham's rise to fame.
So I tell you what, their chemistry together is actually kind of fun.
Yeah.
Because they have fun with each other.
Yeah.
And they mock each other.
They beat up each other a little bit and have some fun with that and busting each other's balls.
Yeah.
So you gotta love a couple that does that. Katie Seagal, known for Married with Children and Futurama, has joined Netflix's live-action One Piece show for season 2. She'll reportedly be playing Dr. Korea, who is the adoptive mother of Tony Chopper, a reindeer that turned into a human hybrid after eating a devil fruit. He joins the One Piece crew on their adventures.
I started watching this, and I think
It's anime, right?
Yeah, I think. No.
No? Okay. No, this is live action.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But I think it's based on anime.
That's what it is. So, and what did you think of it?
I liked it, but I wasn't ready for it at that time when I started watching, so I want to revisit it.
Okay. Also joining the show this season is Mark Herlick. Mark will reportedly be playing Dr. Hiraluk. He is a quack doctor and also serves as a father figure to Tony Chopper.
Right, who is the cousin of Chris Sagan.
Wait, the philosopher of evil?
Yes.
Tony Chopper. What's the show? I don't know what we're talking about here.
One Piece.
All right.
One Piece.
There was a lot of words there that didn't make sense.
I know, there's a whole lot.
Tony Chopper for one?
Yeah, that was the first one.
Herlick has previously appeared in shows including The Morning Show and Preacher. Season 2 of One Piece
Wait a second.
is currently in production and it's expected to be released sometime this year, I guess.
I wonder if I'm confusing shows on Netflix.
There's another character in this one, Steve, called Monkey D. Luffy.
Okay, maybe is this in fact animated? Because the one that I'm thinking of is a live action.
No, this is live action.
Okay.
But I, like you said, I think it is based.
Okay.
Like we're looking at a side-by-side
All right.
picture of the actors and the characters that they play from.
Yeah, you'd be well served by ignoring everything I say.
Okay. How about this, man? I saw this morning. Deadline reports that Chick-fil-A has been working with a number of major production companies, including some of the studios, to create family-friendly shows for its own Chick-fil-A streaming service.
Wow.
It's a mind blower, but I know who's going to sign up for it. Jace, right? Is that his favorite fast food place?
I mean, it's really the only one I let him have, so yes.
The fast food chain is reportedly in talks to license and acquire content, and they hope to include both scripted and unscripted content on their platform, as well as animated content with an eye on launching later this year.
Now, you watch the Shake Shack channel, right?
Every day.
Do you think this will work?
I don't know. No, probably not. I'm not really sure. They're probably, I would imagine, they're kind of a religious-based organization. They have a faith base. That's why they're not open on Sundays and so because of the founder. So I bet they will delve into that type of
religious
programming.
Chicken?
Well, Religious Chicken. That's their signature show. Religious Chicken.
Religious Chicken.
Hi, welcome to the Religious Chicken. My name is Cluck Cluck.
So it might be like Christian-based.
Today we do the Stations of the Cross.
Family stuff. That's just my guess. So I don't know. From Broadway to the big screen, the stage hit The Piano Lesson, which starred Samuel L. Jackson and John David Washington, is coming to theaters with both stars reprising their roles. The film follows the lives of the Charles family, led by Daughtry Charles, who Samuel L. Jackson plays, in 1936. The family heirloom piano is decorated with designs carved by an enslaved ancestor. One brother plans to build a family fortune by selling the instrument and buying the land that his family worked, while his sister tries to keep it to preserve the family history.
I know the story. So if you play a certain series of keys, the piano will explode. And he's trying to get his nemesis to play the piece properly.
Understood.
And he doesn't.
I think we might have a clip from the movie. Casey, can you play that, please?
Oh, you stupid rabbit! Like this!
I love that gag. I love that gag. The movie also stars Ray Fisher, which is cool.
As Cyborg?
No, he's not going to be Cyborg in 1936.
He'll be made of wood.
Erykah Badu is in it. Michael Potts and several others. Hits theaters this November with a Netflix premiere of November 22nd. And then one other thing, Anya Taylor-Joy, who starred in the hit Netflix series The Queen's Gambit, is returning to the streaming platform, and it will be for a new series. She's going to star in an 8-episode adaptation of Bella Mackey's best-selling novel, How to Kill Your Family. She will play Grace, a child of a billionaire's affair who, ignored by her blood, gets her revenge in increasingly creative ways.
There was a series called Revenge for a while. It was kind of the same thing, right? Where she was the...
I never saw Revenge, so I don't know what that...
I think it was kind of the same idea.
Plot was, okay.
But I like Revenge stuff.
The series will... No word on when the series is going to premiere, but yeah, should be pretty solid, hopefully.
How old is she? She's 28, 29?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, she carries herself as a much
older.
Much older. She's great though, and she knows how to handle the press.
Yeah, she's 28, Steve.
Yeah.
Born in 1996. Good Lord.
Very elegant.
Yeah, she is very elegant. All right, do we have clips?
We do, but...
Are they mystery?
Yes, we're going to be mystery.
Mystery clips.
All right, I'm just looking at these names.
Chris Agon?
We'll never get them?
I do not think so. All
right, let's try it.
We're going to start with this one because I don't even know how to pronounce it.
Don't even try it? Okay, all right. This just in. Here we go.
Don't even try.
Reasonable Doubt follows Jax Stewart, a high-profile attorney juggling her career in a marriage that's falling apart. And here, McKinley Freeman talks about playing Jax's husband.
Jax and Lewis's relationship is very real. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. There's ups and downs. There's things that seem to work and things that they're still trying to figure out. So I think over the course of the season, what you're going to see is the two people trying their best to make the most of the cards they've been dealt, and two people fighting for what they love and seeing that. What does that look like?
Shut the up, huh?
I like that name, McKinley.
Yeah.
McKinley Freeman. So Reasonable Doubt Season 2 premieres on Hulu today. Here's our next clip. Classified an espionage drama centering on a normal teenage girl as she turns into a spy. And in this clip, director Kagiso Lediga describes his real-life inspiration for the story.
These two sort of elderly CIA spies came and said, you know, when working in the CIA and we were stationed all over the world and we took our families and we used our children as spies. You know, your kids go to the same schools, these international schools, and they can befriend each other, and you invite these parents over, you get them drunk, they become friends over time. I mean, just from that story alone, it's a show. Shut the up!
Classified debuts today on Prime Video. And there you go, your entertainment report for today, Thursday, August 22nd. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. Some things to remind you about that are going on with the radio station and this show. So we'll do that in a bit and hang out for a few. We're going to share our morning together.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Now I have to take it. I have to explore different letters.
We're not going to make it through 7 a.m.
S's are fine, but F's are
Yeah. Farfignugan.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the worst show we've ever done.
No, it's not.
No, that's saying
it's
a
going to
lot.
be brilliant. I could never, ever, ever, ever do live stage acting. I can't even do it on camera when you get multiple takes. There's no way.
We're hoping to one day master radio.
I'm so self-conscious of don't mess it up. That I will mess it up.
But you know, when I was in high school, we started like if you had a lead, you started in like June, July, you know, rehearsing your lines and everything.
I guess maybe if you have enough rehearsal. I mean,
Yeah.
anything I've ever attempted to do, I've had very little rehearsal on, and I'm like, you know,
yeah.
Even when we, excuse me.
Again, here we are, perfecting radio.
Dude, that was.
You sound like snot.
I'm nervous.
That was mid-word.
That was.
That would have been your Colonel Jessup scene.
Right. You can't handle the. Excuse me.
I've had to recently, you know, go to the bathroom outside. When we were driving up to Maine and Boston this summer, like I had to, you know, my family went into McDonald's and I was outside with the dog. And I found it ironic that it was fine that the dog was peeing outside, but I actually had to hide the fact that I was peeing outside. But there are...
Dogs get away with everything.
They do. But there are secrets, so, you know, or tricks to the trade of, you know, peeing outside. All right.
With this model, this life-size model that we have here.
Mandingo's twin.
We have two of them?
Dan Dingo.
Yes, we have Caucasian and we have...
Yeah, there's Mandingo and Dan Dingo.
So what you can't do is like lean up against something like you're clearly or hide behind a bush so you're clearly going to the bathroom. What you have to do is kind of be out in the open. You still want to shield your junk.
You want to have your back
Wait
to
a
the
second.
people.
All right, so describe the environment that you're in where you're pulling this off.
This is where people are, right?
All right, so people are there?
Where are you?
You are people.
All
All
right,
right. You are
yes.
people in a parking lot.
And never forget
Parking
it.
lot.
All right. And then behind me is not people.
Okay.
All right. So I'm on my phone. Junk out. You can
Right.
see my junk is out. I am
Right.
now on a phone.
Now, no, there's no wires. We've never met before.
So clearly,
Look, watch.
I got one hand on the phone up to
All
my
right.
ear, not talking to anybody.
All right.
And then my other hand, which would normally be on my piece, you know, aiming.
On your bird.
This hand is now up here, like, you know, like.
You know what?
You know,
It works.
Hold on, but don't you have to hold it? Won't it go wild?
No, it's not like a hose that
It's
you
not.
turn on at high pressure, Kathy.
Have you ever encountered one?
No. Still waiting for that magical night.
It's flipping all over the place.
It's a little bit crazy.
I walk a little bit.
So you're like Chris Angel.
Yeah.
You're like an illusion.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right, that makes sense.
I don't know if I could do that technique or not.
I know what he's saying, though, because you're using the simple art of deception and distraction.
I had something I wanted to bring up. Do we all agree that that Kathy's a beautiful woman?
She is a beautiful woman.
Very, very attractive.
What are you bringing up?
What? Nothing that I think is
The odor?
bad.
The odor.
No, you have Kathy's got a pretty face.
Yes.
No question. But do any of us agree that Kathy does suffer from resting bitch face?
All right, now you're smiling. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the hard part. But if you catch her
not smile
when she's like doing work or on her laptop or something like that.
See, okay, and I'm interested to hear what you guys say because I would have never thought that I had resting bitch face.
And I might, yeah.
She's
making a face.
No.
What?
That's not bitch. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I think she has resting bitch face. I see she has sort of. I sit next to her in the office, and it seems just kind of neutral when you're doing your deal. I wouldn't say you look particularly bitchy.
We have a picture here of you, Kathy, just being
So do you think that looks
in a
bitchy?
neutral face. I think sometimes you look like you're a little angry.
Well, I think you're an a-hole.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. Now I'm gonna rest like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Preston.
That's worse. That's worse.
Kathy's mood is the toughest, I think, to crack. I thought you had your period last week.
Well, I was
that
going to
was
say
so
that because you guys don't know. You don't know when I'm PMSing, which I cannot figure out why.
We just.
I guess it's because I'm always a bitch.
She was saying
I'll
something.
turn to you and say, "Is this the week you don't have your period?"
she would say something, and I look. Casey just goes, "Are you on your period?"
He mouthed it in the meeting. I laughed.
Kathy,
But if I was PMSing, I wouldn't have laughed.
We are going to do a game that is called Young versus Younger. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take the young, which would be members of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, right.
And the younger, our Preston and Steve intern staff. So it's very simple. We have Chris, and we have Aish, and we have Brianna, and we have Sammy who are here. And what we're going to do is Marissa made a list of various things from different generations. So there's abbreviations, there's terms, there are people, all from a different generation. I have things from the Preston and Steve show's generation, and I have things from the intern age's generation. All right, guys, the younger crew. What is a flash cube? A flash cube. Do we have all our answers written down?
Yep.
All right. Brianna?
Yes.
Okay. Chris?
I guess it was one of those scrolly cameras that you got at like CVS that you got developed when you used to go on vacation.
Like a box camera. You're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Disposable camera.
Yeah, disposable camera. All right.
Yeah. Is that right?
Is incorrect. All right. So I'm sorry, listener Matt, you lose. All right. Aish is playing for Bob on line 2. Aish, what is a flash cube?
A cube that flashes. I really don't know.
Be more specific. A cube that flashes for what?
Ooh, for a camera. Like a
I'll give her that.
Is it really?
She's right.
Yeah. And the actual definition is a cube with a bulb that attaches to each side of a camera and takes 4 pictures in succession. A flash cube. You used to stick it on top of the camera, and you would take the picture, and it would flash, and you could only use 4 then. You had to throw it away.
All right.
So we move on now to the young.
The young-ish.
You guys.
Sort of, minus Steve.
All right, what is this? What is a, what's a boif?
A boif.
Yeah, B-O-Y-F.
B-O-Y-F?
A boif.
Finished.
Okay. Nick, you are playing for listener Arnold. What is a boif?
It's your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's correct. Short for boyfriend. Yeah. Kathy, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
All right, Mary, you win too. Steve, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
That's right. And Casey, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
Yes, everybody wins. Zach, Joe, Mary, and Arnold. And that means 4 points for the young team. And let me see what we have here. What is a Rolodex?
Oh.
We are going to go to Aish, who's playing for listener Frank. What's a Rolodex?
A Segway?
No. Segway.
It rolls.
Exactly.
All right.
Rolls across decks.
I'm sorry, Frank, you lose. All right. Listener Ryan is playing with Brianna. Brianna, what's a Rolodex?
This is embarrassing. I said a game.
A game. No.
All right.
And then Sammy, you're playing for listener Dan. What's a Rolodex?
I put phone numbers in a rolly thing because I didn't know how to describe
I'll take it. Phone numbers in a rolly thing. I thought somebody was going to say a watch. You guys ready?
Yes, ready.
What is BYOD?
Okay.
BYOD. Jot it down and let's see if you know. All right, let's go to, first we'll try Casey out, and he's playing for listener Alan. Casey, what is BYOD?
It's bring your own I wrote date.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry.
good one.
Alan, you lose. Steve is playing for listener Mike. Steve, what is BYOD?
I wrote bring your own drugs.
No, that is incorrect.
Good
Mike is
thing.
out. Kathy's playing for Gina. Kathy?
I got it.
What?
Bring your own doll.
No.
Kathy's a half.
Cow got in there somehow.
Good cow.
Nick,
Or I have fat fingers.
you're playing for listener Paul. BYOD.
Bring your own dad.
No.
It's a drink.
Hang on. No. Let's ask the interns. Brianna, you look like you know.
I believe it's bring your own dog.
No. Aish, you know?
No idea.
Is it bring your own dip?
No.
Bring your own dip.
It's like a Super Bowl party.
How
like, bring
come
your
all
own-
these? Nobody knows these younger
dip parties.
phrases.
I think because maybe Marissa's not as young as she thinks she is.
It stands for Bring Your Own Device. An IT policy where employees are allowed to use their personal mobile devices and notebooks to access enterprise data and systems. Harper Lee, who wrote one of America's most enduring literary classics, To Kill a Mockingbird, of course, about a child's view of right and wrong, and waited 55 years to publish the second book with the same characters from a very different point of view, died at the age of 89 on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. For many years, Lee, a shy woman with an engaging southern drawl who never married, lived
We were pretty much allowed to go.
lived quietly and privately, always turning down interview requests. She alternated between living.
She ran a laser tag place.
Oh,
yeah. That was her thing.
Well, you got to do something.
We were very fond of the game laser tag, which simulated actual combat without the actual casualties. Through the use of science and technology, you could stalk your prey and virtually assassinate them without causing any physical harm.
But the guns, they kind of go pew, pew, pew.
Pew,
Yeah, yeah.
pew, pew, I got you. Commander Harper Lee reporting for Intergalactic Battalion.
That'd be the wildest thing. She ran a laser tag place.
Harper Lee's laser tags on Route 14.
No, she like did TV commercials for them and everything.
Yeah,
So
it's intergalactic fun. That's the sound of excitement.
Oh my! Oh God!
I guess they don't want to report on that part of her life.
Oh God! No.
I think it's
The study of neph.
No,
of
I
neph.
think it has to do with kidneys.
Okay, I've never heard that term.
Neither
before.
have I, no.
Nephrology. Nick's going to look that up.
But the
right
best thing to do is when you don't understand something, don't ask about it because then you'll see.
Yeah, kidney and is a. It says here it is a specialty for both adult internal medicine and pediatric medicine that concerns the study of the kidneys. Nephrology.
You hear stuff like this and you realize I could never be a doctor because I don't know any of that.
Oh, yeah. Well, my friend is a doctor, and he just delights himself on my mispronunciations of people who I guess study Latin. You know, it's just, it rolls off the tongue. I look at it and I'm like, how the hell am I going to pronounce this multisyllabic word?
They had a formal education to learn about that.
Yeah.
That's their area of expertise.
Right.
Like he would know how to say microphone.
Yeah, come on.
Right.
I have a quick
Mr. Big Shot.
nephrology story. My brother Josh had complete renal failure when he was a kid, and it was messed up, but they couldn't diagnose it. So Steve, they talk about learned people, and so the first doctor that they took him to, we went to Paley Hospital. They thought that it was appendicitis, so they removed his appendix. Turns out not appendicitis. So then they had to transport him from Paoli Hospital to CHOP all the way downtown, put him in an ambulance, and his kidney shut down. It was really scary. Eventually, they figured out what the problem was. It was some kind of weird like virus or bacterial infection or whatever that shut them down. But we had to see a nephrologist, and they gave us all the information about kidneys. But yeah, they complete misdiagnosis and removed his appendix, even though he did not have appendicitis.
Wait a minute. Do you hear something? Do we hear something? Oh, yes. On our Xfinity mobile guest line, as you might surmise, when we talk medical, The man calls in from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine, Mr. Mike Sirigliano, the good doctor, is joining us. Dr. Mike.
Hello. I love you all. Now, look, nephrologists are experts not only in kidneys, but things like hypertension, right, high blood pressure, and the kidneys are wonderful organs. They do so much for us. They cleanse the blood. They cleanse the body of impurities, and basically they're very, very important. So if you have a kidney problem or you have high blood pressure, sometimes we'll get you to see one of those specialists.
Okay, they do all of that stuff that you mentioned and more, I assume, correct?
Well, right, and they do dialysis. If you have kidney failure, you have they handle all of that, and sometimes what?
Oh no!
The creatinine, and that's what is a measure of the kidney function.
Hey, Dr. Mike, if you wouldn't have gone into internal medicine, if you were going to be a specialist, what do you think you would have gone into?
I like nephrology. It may have been that or rheumatology, which is a study of musculoskeletal stuff and autoimmune things.
Yeah. No,
I couldn't pick.
You would have been either a pilot or a horn player. That's what you would have done. You would have been a fighter pilot or a horn player.
No, but I asked him about medical specialist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I would have been a pilot, man.
I thought for sure you were going to say proctologist, but
no. But I couldn't find one organ that I liked more than others. I get bored easily. So I like kidneys. I like livers. The spleen.
All the
The spleen. Don't even get me started.
You have a nice spleen, Steve.
Thank you.
Way to go. You all do.
Well, Mike recommended that I do spleen ups every morning.
Look at you now.
Kathy, you have a very nice spleen.
Oh, thank you.
You know.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
We
Dr.
love
Mike,
you.
Can I ask him a quick question?
Wait.
Mike, can I ask you a quick question?
Of course, sir.
So listen, I lost some weight over the years, and I had a nice little weight loss over the last, let's say, 8 months or whatever. I've noticed that my hands and my feet get cold now. Do you think that could be a direct result of having just less body fat in general?
Could be. It could be that you have a condition known as Raynaud's syndrome. That's where many people have cold hands and cold feet, especially in the winter. You don't smoke. There's a rare condition called Berger's syndrome. You don't have that. I think that when you lost so much weight, and by the way, you look fabulous. I mean, ready to rock and roll.
Wow. Someone's got a boner.
And I don't mean that in an Eric Lindros kind of way, all right? But I mean, you really have taken very good care of your machine. Yeah. And so if you've lost weight that much, it's very possible that now, especially when you are in the cold, perhaps this morning when it was 50 degrees out, you could be a little more sensitive to that. But I'll tell you what, all of the data shows that weight loss will allow you to live so much longer, be so much healthier. And you know what? You don't have to worry about Rico Suave.
That's right. No Rico Suave.
He is Rico Suave.
Right. Mike.
So kiss my butt.
Wow. I'm your backup for Rico Suave.
Man.
Oh, I know you are, Steve, and that's why I love you.
Dr. Mike is fired up today.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. We love you, Dr. Mike.
Love you.
So remember, kiss a nephrologist.
Please kiss your local nephrologist today. He had mentioned the cooler weather, and I actually last couple of days I've worn long pants because it's very chilly in the morning. Has anyone else's tire pressure indicators
not yet
shown up?
Yes,
me too.
Yeah, because it's a little colder.
It's a little colder, and the pressure goes down because the what's the word I'm looking for?
PSI?
No, when things get colder, they contract. Yeah, so.
I not on the tires, but I did put my seat heater on.
Okay. All right.
Heated steering wheel, like all of that. I need that right now.
When you have, and in my car specifically, the sensitivity of the air pressure readout is so extreme. Like if it's like all the other tires are 56 and one is 55, you get the notification. I'm like, oh, dear God.
Yeah, mine popped up day before yesterday, and I'm like, oh, this already. And that's when the first cold snap usually happens. That's when you see the huge line of people at the air pump, at Wawa or wherever you go to get your free air pumps. And then you got to sit there and wait for freaking ever. So anyhow, but with the cooler little tinge that we've had, and we're going right back up to almost 90 degrees this weekend. But it did kind of put me a little bit in fall mode.
Are you thinking of the fall stuff?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah. Next thing you know, we're going to have fall activities.
Oh, my God.
And if you have any ideas for fall activities, make sure you send them to me.
Okay. But Pinterest came out with their fall 2024 trend report to tell us what will be big in fashion, beauty, designs, hobbies, and food.
I'm all ears.
All right. So according to the site, this fall will be the season of comfort and creativity.
The hell does that mean?
This includes cozy spaces, at-home projects, and group activities.
So swinging.
So here's what they're saying are to be popular this fall. So style, as far as decor goes, Japanese style is influencing decor trends this year, including Japanese vintage art. Searches for Zen House are up 405%, and Japanese living room designs searches have increased by 135%.
Okay, I'm going to grasp for a straw here and say, I wonder if some of that was influenced by the success of the series Shogun.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Right?
Yeah,
Put the Japanese culture back in, and Godzilla -1.
Okay, that too.
A lot of people doing interior Godzilla tributes.
Japanese culture is also big in fashion, with searches for Japan fall fashion growing by 140%.
Nick, you do this sort of, you take your shoes off when you go in the house, but do you is there any other sort of Japanese
sitting on the floor?
I'm a believer in like Zen, and I don't know. That's probably more Chinese. I'm confusing my Asian American cultures or Asian cultures. What's Feng Shui?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's that?
Is that not
That's
Japanese?
the decoration, or
Yeah.
not how
I know what it is, but what is its origin?
It might be. I think it's Japanese.
Not
Steve,
sure.
Do you wear your shoes in the house?
Yes, and you know why?
Because of deer.
If a deer gets in the house, I'm ready to roll.
Okay.
Yeah. I take mine off only when I feel the need to have more comfy tootsies.
Yeah.
I'm always wearing my shoes.
I at least will have socks on.
Yeah.
Do you have socks on when you're present, or are just barefoot?
Either or, depends. I'll leave my socks on. I don't, strip those off right away and wash my feet like Nick does. But I usually leave the socks on. Just to have some coverage.
What everybody, including Kathy, what are your thoughts on slippers and how long
I wear them all the time.
Own them?
I like them. I don't wear them all that often, but I do. When it's cooler out, I like to have them kind of by the door in case I want to step outside real quick.
Yeah, I like that. What about socks with slippers, or do you do barefoot slipper?
Either or.
Okay.
Don't really have a
I
preference.
don't like slippers.
No?
I've tried to like slippers. I find that, say you're being attacked by a deer.
Sure.
If you're kicking with a slipper, it has less weight, and therefore you can't repel it.
I need a heel cover on my slipper, like a moccasin. Anything with exposed, almost like flip flop type thing.
Right.
No,
You don't like
hate
that.
it. I hate it.
I have indoor-outdoor slippers. You guys have the Uggs slippers.
Right. I don't have that brand, but I have something similar.
Yeah.
Why you?
Because slippers don't go outside.
Oh, that's mainly what I use them for.
To go out, they're supposed to keep your tootsies warm inside.
It's for stepping outside real quick, like if I got to take the garbage out or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not
He
going
doesn't
for
want
a
to put on
jog.
a full set of shoes.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, I'm not mowing the lawn in my slippers.
Yeah, right? It's just to step outside, get the mail,
Yeah.
wave to the neighbors.
Let the dogs out.
Let the dogs out.
Wave to the neighbors. Wait, real quick, Nick, back to, because I actually interviewed somebody about, is it Feng Shui, Feng Shui, whatever that is. It's Chinese, I believe.
Yes.
And it's not a decoration. It's things that you do in your home to create certain energy.
So, remember what I said earlier about dismissing everything I say? That holds true.
Okay.
Yeah, it's how you position furniture and the shape and size of it.
Colors of your
it's
walls
about
and
building pillow forts.
That too.
Right.
But it's supposed to be, like you said, there's supposed
Creates
to
an
create
energy.
some kind of energy in the home.
How? All right.
At what age can you stop building forts?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think there's any age. I think
down the shore, my back room there, Preston.
Yeah.
The kids built a fort, and it was in that room for a full day.
I climbed in it. It was fun. I was like,
Do you know that Fort Mifflin was based on a George Washington pillow fort?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Absolutely.
But my 17-year-old and 15-year-old made the fort. And
They used to sell, Preston, I don't know if you remember this. It was not, they were big styrofoam blocks.
Yeah.
You remember these cases?
I do. And they actually have something similar now.
Okay, you could build interior forts and I loved those things as a kid.
They now make some out of cardboard, Steve. That that you can position together. I saw it on.
Yeah. I just gave those away. We had those.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Did Jace like them for a while?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you can build that and do your own little feng shui.
Right.
So Japanese culture is also, like I said, going to be big in fashion. Also, Kathy, nature-inspired patterns are expected to be big, like leopard print jeans.
Wait, this is...
Searches are up like almost 3,000%.
This sounds kind of weird because the Japanese stuff was big like in the 60s and then it went away, pretty quickly. The leopard print, isn't that kind
Jeans is weird.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of it dipped down and then it's that's something.
If you're
that's
Lorraine Bracco in Goodfellas, I guess it makes sense, but
that's something that's kind of timeless. That'll always be
leopard print
in fashion, but it took a dip and now it is on the rise for sure.
Also, camouflage outfits.
Oh, okay.
So that was up 2,200.
Like the print or the coloring?
I don't know, Kathy. It just says camouflage.
I think it's just the print because I've seen camo pop up on a lot of stuff.
By the way, I've said this before. I don't like the newer camo that actual hunters use.
You don't like the
I like
browns.
the older
military camo.
Yeah.
The
You're
older.
talking like the pixelated stuff?
No, not the pixelated stuff. The stuff that looks like real leaves and twigs and things.
The stuff you used to
I
get
don't
at the
like
Army
that.
Navy store.
Yeah, the old stuff like that. I prefer that camouflage look.
Because we need it.
Along with Kathy, puff skirts are up.
Okay.
And puffer jacket outfit aesthetic.
What is a puff skirt?
Yeah.
Is that easier to take up skirts?
Yes, right. No, just think of it's like a little poof kind of. So you'd have like a waistband and then it would be a poof and the same thing for the jacket, like the big
I got
puffy
you
jackets.
now. Okay.
So puffer jackets are going to be up. When it comes to beauty trends this fall, intricate Japanese-inspired nail art.
So they have no origin of where all this Japanese stuff is coming from?
Not in this article I read. That will be popular as well as more is more makeup.
More is more makeup?
Yes, like it says soft baddie makeup. Any idea what that is?
Soft baddie?
B-A-D-D-I-E.
No,
like a bad I have no idea. No, not Batty, B-A-T-T-Y, like Batman. No, B-A-D-D-I-E, like you're a bad girl.
Bad.
You're so bad. So also fox hair color is up as well in searches and cherry blonde.
So fox as in the color of a fox?
Guess so.
Probably like a brownish blonde almost or brownish orange.
Red blonde.
Yeah.
And also bangs are back in style too, especially Japanese side bangs.
Oh, do you guys want me to do that?
Yeah,
I want to see Japanese side bangs.
What are Japanese side bangs?
It's
is that the one you have an affair with?
Yeah.
Your side bang?
Yeah.
So don't really know.
It's just kind of like swooshed to the side.
Swooshed.
Swoosh.
Swooshed and poofed. We've used a few different phrases
Japanese
this morning.
side bangs.
Oh, okay. I got you. It's like a sweeping
I do like those,
part
actually.
that comes down just above the just below the eyebrow.
Did you enjoy having bangs for that period, Kathy?
I did, yes. Preston didn't like them, but I did.
I didn't. Listen,
he loves your.
I love your forehead. I love that thing.
Yeah, he
tell
likes to do shadow puppets on it.
There are 3 lovely wrinkles that go across it.
The worst part of the bangs was growing.
It's like an EKG.
Was growing them out.
Yeah.
That was the worst part of it.
Any part of changing to a longer style, you have to go through, it looks like crap stage for a while.
But I'm currently in that with my penis.
Yeah.
It looks terrible.
Yeah, try to grow it out. Yeah. Good luck to you. All right, as for what everyone will be eating and drinking this fall, by the way, this is Pinterest and their top trends for the fall.
Is it Japanese based in the food as well?
You know what? Maybe a little because earthy ingredients are going to be big, including okra water.
Okra.
Okra water?
This
Now,
is my okra.
I love okra, but okra water?
Okra coffee.
Interesting. Ginger spice.
I love ginger.
Is up 240%.
I like baby spice better.
Ooh, that's true. You're right. And pistachio butter. Now that sounds good
that
to
does
me.
sound good.
What about Pescetti?
No Pescetti this year. Pescetti in a bag is going to be big.
I almost sent you this thing yesterday, Preston, on Instagram. This guy took a stick of butter and he grated it into a jar, and then he poured bourbon into it, and then he let that sit and like marinate. And so apparently the butter accentuates the bourbon then accentuates the butter. So then what you end up doing is you strain all the bourbon out of the butter, and now you have a bourbon butter, and now you have a buttery bourbon.
Interesting.
Yeah.
At first, I was like, that sounds stupid because I'm not going to drink, butter-laden or bourbon-laden butter.
Butter-laden butter.
Yeah, anyway.
Rubber baby bug your bumpers.
But
if you're,
using the butter for like a spread or something like that later on, that's not a bad idea.
And then apparently the bourbon
Bartender, 2 butters, please.
It's not necessarily a
butterbeer.
It's not necessarily a drink that you would drink neat. Maybe you would use it as if you were going to mix a cocktail.
Okay, it's
Preston,
not a bad
do you
idea.
make your own marinades?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you wearing slippers when you do that?
Steve, I was talking to my mom yesterday. My parents are out in Colorado, and she always asks about you, which is adorable.
Yes. Does she want to test anything on me?
She does.
Yes.
Because she was in the kitchen when I was talking to her, and it was really funny for me because I could hear her. She was preparing a marinade, which is why I brought it up, and she was making steaks last night, and she was going over all the ingredients, and I know what it tastes like because I know what my mom's cooking tastes like, and it's phenomenal. And my mouth, it was Pavlovian. My mouth started watering. I'm like, I miss my mom's cooking. She's like, all right, when I get home, I'm going to make it for Steve. I'm going to bring like it always comes back to you. She's like, I'm going to make it for Steve. I was like,
I'm a fan.
What about me, Mom?
F you.
Bypasses me entirely and goes right to you. So when she gets back, she's making you a marinade.
I'm looking forward to it. My dad used to make a marinade. Now, I am not a meat eater. I don't eat steak or anything, but he would make a marinade for steak that was sensational.
Now, which steaks are you? So there's you're supposed to marinate like bigger steaks, like a London broil or something like that.
London broils.
Okay.
We would have London broil all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was like lime juice and Worcestershire sauce and a few other. I think there was some ginger in there. But anyway, yes, Casey, she buys she doesn't buy any already seasoned meats. She'll just buy like a hunk of London broil and then marinate that.
Okay.
By the way, I had mentioned the bourbon thing yesterday. I had a very unique shot yesterday.
You were doing shots yesterday?
I did, yeah. So I went to meet up with Carter.
What was a long drive home?
I went up to meet up with Carter in Westchester, and he wanted to go to this restaurant called Greystone.
Okay.
And it's an oyster house, and the sole reason he wanted to go there was because they had oyster shots. Oh. And so I had one called the Cowboy, and it was bourbon, Worcestershire, seafood cocktail sauce, and an oyster in it.
What'd you think?
It was gnarly.
Good gnarly or bad?
What do you think of oysters in general?
I like them.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I like them a lot. It was novelty, is what I think it was. So it wasn't something I go, ooh, got to have another one of those. But it was fun to do it because he had a different one, and we toasted and we did a shot with an oyster in it. So, but that was unique. I had never heard of that before. But I guess it's a thing because somebody, I guess Grace here pulled up a picture of oyster shots.
My buddy Jay is an oyster fanatic. Yeah. I got to find out if he knows anything about this place.
Okay. Yeah, it was good.
I can't do it. I tried it one time. I did it. McGrogan brought some oysters in. I gave it a good old college try.
Case,
can't do it.
Used to, when he had Doc McGrogan's, he would tell a story about this couple that would come in and they would blow through 50 oysters. They would just go nuts.
Really?
I like them as just a little, I'll have 3 or 4 of them. And that's enough.
Preston, these people would just inhale them.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is when you say you don't like something and then somebody acts like, how could you? And I'm like, but that just means there's more for you, right? If I don't like it,
right,
then you don't have to compete with me for it.
I never thought of that argument.
Oh, you don't like cheesecake? Well, you can have my piece.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Casey was like at Kathy's wedding. She's not a seafood eater, but she had more seafood than the rest of the planet had combined. And I was like, well,
those were dark days when they had to replenish the oceans of the earth after her wedding.
I just know how to plan a party.
There were a bunch of just big creatures beaching themselves because they were starving.
A couple of other trends this fall that Pinterest says will be creeping up a little bit higher in people's. I can't think today because I did shots yesterday. People will be keeping themselves busy with crafty hobbies as searches for small bead bracelet ideas are up 2,000%.
Well, this seems like a bunch of crap.
And searches for bag making are up 190%.
Now you're talking.
Have you ever tried to make a bag before, Kath?
Yeah, remember I told you, Lynn Bruder told me how to make these purses, and I made them for a while.
Yeah, that's right.
I used to bedazzle my condoms.
That was a bad idea, man.
It was because it punctured holes in them.
And it would be painful for all parties involved.
I mean, it looked good. It looked good. I'll give
How
you
about that?
Mm-hmm. And then the last thing on Pinterest's list of things to look for this fall, club activities are expected. Club activities are expected to be popular.
What's a club activity?
Will you use a club?
No, book clubs are up 180%.
I thought like uns, like what are we doing?
Oh,
at the
that
club?
kind of, no. Boots and pants. Also, cookbook club searches have grown by 130% and run club searches.
So you can actually tie both of them together because you find yourself in a cookbook club, join a run club to run away from it.
I see the run clubs all over the place now.
Yeah. You see them in the mornings, right? With their
Mornings
with their
on the
light up
weekends.
vests.
Yeah.
By the way, I have found out that I, as a human being, cannot run anymore.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like just like from A to B or like
no,
distance?
for like a run.
Yeah.
Like I
Go
went
for a
out
jog.
over the weekend. I was at the shore. I do a cardio workout on an elliptical machine. I've been doing that for years, and I didn't have access to one. I'm like, all right, I want to get in a sweat, so I'm going to go for a jog, a light jog. I did little over 2 miles, and next day I was pretty sore, and I'm like, all right, I'll do one more, and then the day after, I couldn't bend my leg.
I can't move.
And it's not a muscle thing; it's something in my knee.
Oh,
I'm like, oh man.
And the shore is the best place for it because it's flat.
And you can recreate the scene from this movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they run on the
It's
beach.
on the beach.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, no run club for daddy.
So I've been kicking around the idea of perhaps joining a water polo club, and they're going to kick off. They play at like Villanova.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
You
Kath,
should
would
absolutely do
You should do that too.
A water polo club?
Yeah, you want to be on my team?
I'll hurt my shoulder.
Yeah, and then you drown.
That's terrible.
It is very, very difficult to go
Well,
and
just to get the horse in the water.
listen. Once you get them in, it's fine, but it's getting them in.
Lost a lot of good horses that day.
No, but like when you're just like treading water, and then all of a sudden you have to try and sprint over to a ball, and you have nothing to like kick off of. It's really, really difficult to try and get up to like a sprint from a dead stop.
You need to play it where your feet can touch the bottom.
Dude, I know. So when I swam in the summers at Ridley Township, we would, if we won our swim meets on Saturdays, we got to play water polo on Mondays. And I would always try and take the 5-foot end rather than the 12-foot end. I'm like,
it's hard when you're not
it's so
touching.
hard.
That's why, like chicken is better to play. Where you have someone on your shoulders.
Yeah.
That's the sport for you.
So is there a league that you can join?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like a whole like water polo association.
How did you stumble across this?
So,
as a nephrologist.
No. I had actually attempted. Let's just say 10 years ago.
Okay,
I found
we'll call it a decade.
We'll call it a decade.
Yeah.
About 10 years ago, I did a little bit of digging. I found out that they have this club that you can just show up to.
Yeah.
To kind of take it out for a test spin, and I was going to do it then, and just life got in the way. I'm like, okay, I might have a little more extra time, and it's just on like Thursday nights, I think.
What are the times for it?
It's like 7 o'clock at night.
All right.
And so there wouldn't be like practices or anything like that. You just show up and play, right?
Yeah, I think you show up and you practice, and then you just kind of like scrimmage against each other. I wouldn't necessarily be on a team, going to travel to other pools.
Would there be
anything like
water in the pool? Or no?
I think there's going to be water in the pool. I think that's the only way to do it.
That would be great if they were just playing, dude. But there's no water in the pool.
But holding your arms up.
Which essentially
doing?
would be, and we never talked about this with the Olympics, but did anybody watch handball? Did anybody watch?
I saw a teeny bit of it.
So, like, I'm watching this, right? And I'm like, dude, I could freaking play handball in the Olympics. Like, I legit was and then I texted my buddy Mike. I go, dude, I'm like, we should have played handball growing up. I'm like, we could be in the Olympics right now. And he was like, dude, I literally just said the exact same thing to my wife.
I'm looking to play a little handball. Your hand's my ball.
Play that again, Steve. Sorry.
I'm looking to play a little handball. Your hand's my ball.
Does it look real easy?
It looks so easy. And I think it's such a niche sport that, like, it doesn't attract, like, the world's greatest athletes. Do you know what I mean? So I think.
So you think you could excel?
I
Listen,
think the talent pool is a little shallow.
What
at
are we
this
watching
point.
here on the screen?
That's handball.
It's not the handball that you
No,
and I
no,
knew,
no.
Steve, which was like when we were younger, handball was like racquetball.
Right.
And you would
Rack-em.
you would play in a court and hit actually the small like racquetball with your hand.
I enjoyed that.
There's a glove
I
that you
enjoyed
would
that
wear.
game.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. This is more like water polo, but on the ground.
Yeah.
But Casey, I have a feeling it's probably a lot harder, and they are a lot better than you think they are than it looks. Because
I understand that.
Okay.
But also at the same time, I got a cannon for an arm. So
you like cyborg?
Yeah. So I think I could do this.
There's got to be a handball league in our area.
There
right?
has to be.
Yeah.
I'm looking to play a little handball.
Hand my balls. So nobody saw this. Okay, Kathy, you saw it.
I saw a
though.
teeny bit of it.
And what'd you think?
I just kind of was like one of those sports where I'm like, oh, okay, this is in the Olympics.
This is in the Olympics in baseball.
There's somebody listening right now who's either in a handball league or knows somebody who's in a handball league, and they should invite Casey to play.
Yeah, I agree.
Also texted Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broad because when I played in the flag football game, he was guarding me at the line when I was quarterback. And he's first of all, he's tall. And then he's got like just long ass arms and legs. And I'm like, dude, you could play handball in the Olympics. I guarantee it. You know, somebody like that, somebody who's tall and long and lanky.
Do you know what? As we're watching the play on this thing, it does look pretty. It does look pretty cool. I mean, it looks pretty good. I mean,
looks like it would be a fun game to play.
And it's constant motion, Preston.
Yep, it's got elements of dodgeball kind
Right.
of.
Yeah,
when, when you're throwing the
And handball.
I'm looking to play a little handball.
But no, it looks like it would be a fun game to play.
Case Philly team handball.
Philly team handball, where do they play?
I don't know, but they're on Instagram.
Okay. All right. I'll look for them.
Well, it might be a club that you want to join, Casey, because they're going to be all the rage this fall, apparently, according to Pinterest.
They look young. I don't think you can play with them.
He's got a cannon for an
I got
arm,
a
though.
cannon
One
for
of the
an
guys
arm.
on this team, Preston, looks like Carter.
Does he?
Yeah.
Dude, Carter would be good.
Yeah, he would be good, probably. All right, we should take a break. I do have some bizarre file stories that I would love to share with you. I would like to remind you, though, something that we would love for you to get involved with, and that is the fact that we have space at the Barbecue for you to possibly get up on stage and sing with a band on the Preston and Steve Show side stage. And this is coming up September 21st, by the way. It is live band karaoke. It's back. We've had a blast the last 2 years doing this. Let's do it again. Our backing band is Mission Impossible. You on stage with the band singing. Now, you need to audition for a slot. Simple, too. Not even that elaborate. Just submit a YouTube video of you singing. And you might get on board for this and come up on stage. And you get to pick from a series of songs, a lot of great tunes. And you pick whatever you want to audition with. And then we will find out 10 singers who are going to be chosen via voting. And each singer will get a 4-pack of Barbecue tickets.
Yeah, it's awesome.
On top of it.
And again, as I pointed out yesterday, we've done this a couple times now. The audience is totally into it.
yeah.
Everyone has a blast. You're performing with a live band, which is really cool. And it's become a big thing. The side stage is really cranking. You know, when the main stage takes breaks, people come over and catch what's going on over there. We love it.
Yep. And if you know someone who should be in this, tell them about it. And go to WMMR.com for the details and to submit there. We're going to take a break, come back, and get to the bizarre file, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Into the space shuttle. Next stop, fun.
It's terrible. So anyhow, she lived quietly and privately. She alternated between living in a New York apartment and Monroeville, where she shared a home with her older sister, lawyer Alice Lee, who is the one
That's this one.
plays.
We were pretty much allowed to go.
Any of you guys read Ghost Headed Watchmen, the second one?
No.
It's
I heard, it didn't get stupendous reviews.
It's too bad. Yeah. This is a terrible thing to say.
What?
She just should have done the one.
Well, I think this was wasn't this cobbled together without her consent?
That's sort of where.
Well, she actually
it was frustrating because
she wrote this before,
right? And then it takes place after, To Kill a Mockingbird. But I think it was one of those things.
In a future society where laser guns rule.
Takes a turn.
Just spotted a Death Destroyer. Nice try, Glaxon. We figured out how to remotely turn your shields off.
I want to live with this for a while. I believe we had this gentleman in our studio at our old radio station worked at probably a dozen years ago or so.
I think to promote a movie, we're Up the Creek, right?
Without a paddle.
Come on!
man.
Son of a bitch!
Without a Paddle with Seth Green and with Dax Shepard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
All three were in the studio.
No, I don't believe it. You didn't get the name right.
I got the idea right.
No,
You're Up the Creek without a paddle.
Everybody, this is Matthew Lillard.
Hi, everyone. You have a lot of people in here.
Yeah. We got some barbecue, too, if you're hungry, man. Grab a bite to eat.
You're awfully fancy.
We try to be.
Hey, how do you like doing the convention? I know you've done your share of conventions, and you have a couple of things that really put you in that realm between Scream and the Scooby-Doo stuff and 13 Ghosts and all that stuff.
I'm in a lot of bad movies that people like. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. I'm in more bad movies than your average actor.
See, I don't think you can call them bad. You know,
you don't know the name of any of them. You make eye contact with me and you name off 10 without looking at that computer screen.
No,
don't do that.
I can't do
everyone on the air just turned off.
Tell us about your involvement with Anonymous and what that was all about.
How crazy is that?
Yes.
Yeah. As the most famous I've ever been was like this week.
So Anonymous, this hacker
I'm
group.
so excited. Yeah.
What happened?
Hacktivists. These Anonymous are world famous hackers, and they hacked in last week to Donald Trump's outgoing message, and they changed the outgoing message to saying something like in a Shaggy voice. I'm actor Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy on television. Go check me out at, and gave these 2 web pages that
That's really
but I was
funny.
like, somebody, I was directing something, and somebody came up and was like, you just hacked Donald Trump. I was like, amazing.
These are the guys.
I gotta tell you, I am so happy to be that guy. I'm so happy. I was like, anytime, bro, you want to roll and bring down the Trumpster, I'm in.
These guys are taking on ISIS, too.
I think they're the new era superhero. I mean, look, they do some messed up stuff. I'm sure that people don't agree with everything they do, but.
Can I ask you though a connection? You were in a movie years ago, Hackers.
Sure, yeah. Hack the planet, baby.
Do you think
Hack the planet.
Do you think that's what the connection
is? I don't know, but I wish they would have said, hey, this is Matthew Lillard, serial killer from Hackers. That would have been like, made sense. I think it was just like, hey, dude, what impression do you do? I don't know, I do Shaggy. And then some dude's like, all right, bro.
You mean there
Let's
wasn't?
do it. I mean, it was so, like, there was no, I don't
There was no committee meeing or anything like that?
No, I don't think Anonymous got together and said, well, who should we represent? What about the great actor? I mean, I think that they were just a bunch of loaded up kids going, let's get it.
A couple of quick questions, because you worked with some of my favorite directors, Wes Craven and John Waters. Who just passed away recently. But you worked on Serial Mom with John Waters.
Sure. He was my first. The first day of work I ever had by myself, the first note he gave me, he said, do it again, but don't do it so effeminate. But he didn't use that word.
John Waters.
Really? Yeah.
Who's John Waters?
From John Waters. Like, do it again, but don't do it so effy. And I was like, I wasn't doing effy. Bro, I was not doing it. That was the first, to come from acting school to in John Waters' set and not so effy. I was like, it was the most humiliating kind of moment of my life.
Well, it's a great movie. It ended up being just
It is. my mom at the premiere, I was like, my first film, and we're in the black tie because it was this thing for a fundraiser for kids. And we're in black tie. My mom's in the back of the limo. My dad's in the back. And I get in the car, and I said to my mom, I was like, so, what'd you think? And my dad's like, I loved it. My sister's like, I loved it. And my mom's like, nah. So to this day, the only thing I ever remember is my mom going, it was okay.
Great to see you,
You
Matthew.
guys, thanks. I thought I was going to be here for like 2 minutes. So thank you so much for revealing my life to the entire people
Actually,
of
wait,
Philly.
real quick, we have your first grade teacher right out here in the green room. Bring him in. Bring him in. No. Thank you,
Thanks,
Matthew.
Guy. I
Great to see you.
appreciate it.
Matthew Lillard, everybody. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner seem friendlier than ever on their family ski vacation with Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen.
Okay, here's again. I think they're going to get back together.
Is that your Tom Brady laugh or your Ben Affleck laugh? What is that?
No. This is his new laugh that he wants to do on the show when he thinks something is funny, and I'm not kidding you. He told me this yesterday, and he displayed it for me, or he gave me a little treat, a little taste of it.
I can verify Kathy's story because I was standing alongside of them both when this was presented.
And I think I'm pretty sure I just walked away. I'm not sure how I responded.
No, you kissed me. First there was
kissed me on the mouth.
A painful grunt from Kathy, and then she walked away.
So this is material you've been working on?
He's jealous because he thinks Marissa came up with a new laugh, so now he wants one.
Really?
That's what I think.
I'm not jealous.
Is that why you're doing it?
Is that Marissa's new laugh?
Marissa. Well, actually, it's gone away for a little while. I think maybe Marissa was hanging out with some people who laugh like, and she developed that.
Marissa has a supersonic.
Oh my God. When she actually, when you crack up, it is so loud it hurts.
And that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's her genuine laugh. It's like just a squeal and then it's
loud
over.
and convulsive and
But it's segued to
why don't you laugh like Burgess Meredith is the penguin?
So now we have Casey's new laugh.
No, but
go ahead, let's hear it.
No, so the genesis of it was I was watching the red carpet for the Grammys on Monday night.
Yeah.
And you had these two talking heads on the TV.
Who were horrible.
They were terrible. And somebody said something that wasn't funny, and then they both laughed. And then so I was like...
So that was your mocking laugh.
That was my mocking laugh. I was there with my kids.
Well, I tell you what, laugh authentically if you think something's funny in your regular, normal laugh, and then you can float that in occasionally in a mocking fashion.
All right.
All right.
The other option would be too dumb to go with.
I'm a wheeze laugher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's, you got me when you hear.
Yeah.
I saw this story, Steve. You'd offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flesh that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But two historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias, which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis.
Micropenis. Hitler had micropenis. So this on top of what you reported, I think, about a year and a half ago, that he had incredibly horrific gas problems.
He had real intestinal issues. He was a vegetarian, which
tiny
actually
penis and gas.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah, he was
tiny penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the It's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. He obviously had mental problems as well. But
it was just, but it was all listen, if this is all as true as they're saying it is, that's certainly a stew that creates this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had two forms of genital abnormality: an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently, a German...
I pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to invade Poland.
Wow,
I'll show you what it's like.
He declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What?
Wow. Who sung that?
Want me to read you the lyrics?
Yeah.
All right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has two, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and he said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning. And he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent, which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt, if it would have finally popped out.
It would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011.
That's what it was.
That's what did it.
Yeah, right?
That was it. It turned me into a warlock. A freaking warlock. That's the thing I hate most in his vocal. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He explains in a new interview with Dr. Oz that was a very specific period
Where's the Tin Man?
Period of time that did feel very out of body and just very detached from all things real.
Almost as if he was completely deranged.
He said, I felt superhuman during some of that. He said it was
a freaking rock star.
A lot of highs and lows. Well, he did ride on a Mercury surfboard.
Mercury surfboard.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Like the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. He said I was taking
Fantastic Four.
I was taking a lot of testosterone cream, and I think I went too far with it. It was kind of like a borderline, not roid rage, but roid disengage. The former 2.5 Men star also addressed his violent torpedo of truth, defeat is not an option tour, saying, that's the stuff that I do look at and cringe a little.
Oh, good.
It was nice to give people a bunch of slogans and T-shirts and all that. But the rest of it was a lot of work. There were things about that person that were empowering, that were vibrant, but I didn't like the anger. I tend to be victimized by my anger at times.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Family and Company Jewelers. Planning on getting engaged? Go see Angelo and the team at Family and Company Jewelers. Get her the perfect engagement ring, a ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. A woman has been found alive and uninjured after she was missing in the Colorado backcountry for 4 days. The 53-year-old woman was last seen around 11 a.m. Wednesday near the Lone Cone Trailhead outside of Norwood. That afternoon, the sheriff's office said 11 campers from an organized group set off for solo journeys into the woods. The sheriff said the woman, who is from Victoria, Canada, was part of a group of campers who, by design, set off alone into the backcountry without their cell phones and then fasting to maximize their experience with nature.
Is that their version of raw dogging it?
I guess so. The group was participating in a program run by the Animals Valley Institute, which operates out of Durango. The sheriff's office said that the campers used a buddy system designed to confirm that each camper had returned to their campsites. The buddy of the missing person arrived at the main camp on Thursday and found that she had not checked in. That person reported this to one of the guides who searched the campsite and determined the woman maybe didn't sleep there the night before. Her day pack, which reportedly contained an emergency blanket, a whistle, and a power bar and some water, was missing. The guides conducted their own search for a few hours, and when they couldn't find her, they called the sheriff's office. They used aircraft, K-9 teams, and started looking all over the place for her. And then Sunday, they found the woman alive and uninjured in the targeted search area. So she could have died.
Pretty
out there.
miraculous.
She could have died.
I think that's
out there.
kind of a risky proposition there.
It is.
Not unless you have, as you well know, a flashlight filled with pork and beans.
That is true. In a social media post, Sheriff Bill Masters advised the public to never be alone when going into the backcountry. Not a good idea. I know you want to be a survivalist and everything.
Jeremiah Johnson.
Man, it's not worth the gamble. In Idaho, it was an emotional... Here's another story. Listen to this.
Another thing.
An emotional reunion for Greg and Danielle Commons when they found their friend, 24-year-old Zachary DeMoss, near Eagle Mountain Trailhead. DeMoss was on a motorcycle trip with two other friends when he went missing. He was missing for 5 days before the Commons found him. Greg Commons said that he and his wife immediately wanted to start searching for him when they heard the news that he was missing. After searching for a day in Montana, Greg said he didn't feel like that was the right place. He said, honestly, I just looked at it from, if I was up riding with my friends and we got separated, what would be the most logical thing we could do? So once they got near Eagle Mountain Trailhead, Greg said he didn't think DeMoss would be there because there were so many campers nearby, but he was wrong. He said, I came around the corner. Now, let me rephrase that. I come around the corner and I see this F-150 sitting in this pullout, and out of the corner of my eye, I see a guy laying by the river. And he said immediately he went down to where DeMoss was laying. Greg said Zach rolls over, he opens his eyes, and he just says, hey, man, I've been in a wreck. And I just thought there's no way we just found him. After Greg found DeMoss, he hit an SOS button on his Garmin InReach device. That device runs on satellite, he said, so he was able to use it without service. Law enforcement showed up moments later, and now he's in the hospital. He's got a long road ahead of him.
We're looking at his bike. It was completely bashed up.
Yeah. He said Zach was tough enough to hold out for 5 days on that mountain while he saw people walking by. He tried to holler at them, but they didn't hear. So another miraculous discovery.
So I got one of those InReach devices for my wife when she was doing the safari in Africa, and she was going to be out in a rural area, and they work like gangbusters. What doesn't really work so well is the billing process.
Yes.
That led me to beat this thing with a hammer.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. In Washington State, this story comes from there. How do you lose 2,000 pounds of frozen fish? That's what a group of passengers is asking after their plane from Alaska got diverted to Everett, Washington. While passengers made it to their final destination, they say the fish they caught never did. Vic Scarvilli said, it's our yearly trip. We always look forward to this. It's always a big deal, and we really enjoy doing it, and we were there to get the fish. So we end up having fish for the year. He said he and a group of friends were returning from a fishing trip in Alaska when their flight to Seattle was diverted. We said we waited for hours and nothing. He says they spent hours on the tarmac because of weather before their flight was canceled. And we were told that we would receive a voucher from Alaska Airlines for hotel meals and an Uber back to Seattle, but we never received any vouchers. He and his friend, Sean Snoozy, then headed to
we were Doc and Sleepy,
the baggage claim where their luggage arrived, but not their frozen fish, which they had checked underneath the plane.
Were there any suspicious cats in the area?
Snoozy said, we're waiting for our fish. And Snoozy says the night the group of friends paid a ride share to SeaTac Airport so that they could make their connecting flight. The men said they were told by service agents their fish would be on the next flight out. Snoozy says a call with Alaska Airlines on Monday only added to their frustration. Snoozy says, she said, hey, it's still on the plane, and the plane's still here in Everett, and I thought, you got to be kidding me. The men say the fishing trip was spoiled and likely their fish, too. Scarvelli says the lost fish was worth thousands of dollars and is asking for answers and accountability.
So they catch the fish in one trip and they eat it for the rest of the year?
That's what he says, yeah. 2,000 pounds worth of fish. Yeah. A 5-hour barricade situation in downtown Los Angeles ended with a naked man holding a chihuahua being arrested by SWAT officers.
Stand back. I know how to use this.
The 25-year-old man who had been living in the back room of a commercial structure allegedly broke into a business and brandished a gun at the owner before barricading himself in the room. Crisis negotiators and a family member tried to reason with the man who was high on crystal meth.
Stand back if the Chihuahua gets it.
When negotiations broke down, SWAT officers shattered the windows with bullets and sent 4 rounds of tear gas into the room.
Wow.
The man set a small fire inside the room, then grabbed his Chihuahua and made his way to the roof. He finally surrendered himself.
I bet you the Chihuahua's like, I'm okay.
He was taken to the hospital to be assessed for the injuries, and it is unclear if he'll be facing criminal charges.
He's been using meth all day.
And that is what I have in today's bizarre file. All right, let's take a break. Come back in just a moment or two on this fine Thursday morning. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
I felt embarrassed watching that stuff, watching him implode like that. And then
You're embarrassed for him.
Totally. That was it. I was embarrassed for him. When his first night at the Tower Theater, or one of the first shows was at the Tower.
Might have been local. Yeah.
And it was just like, apparently from what I heard, it fell apart, it didn't have any direction, and it was just embarrassing.
Jeff Ross told us he stepped in and did one.
Yeah.
He would have this touring sort of group of people, and then when he went to every market, he would bring in locals, and he would, for a large portion of the show, just sit in a chair on the stage
and talk
and ramble.
Yeah, and not really have an act per se. So
and it's not comedy and it's not drama. It's just rambling.
Yeah,
it's like Lake Wobegon days.
Yeah, exactly.
Frickin' Lake Wobegon.
We need to do a letter of the day. I understand, Casey, you are the keeper of said letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, in the Preston and Steve.
God.
Holy crap!
I thought he fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hippie Terminator.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Bust him through that door. Hair all slicked back, shades on, looking crazy cool in his black jacket. Oh my God, he's about to pass out. Quick, somebody.
Stand behind.
Hold that man up.
Help me, Jesus.
Help me. Dear God.
All right, well, the music's already playing. So
I know it.
President Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
G is in great.
Hell yeah. All right, so tomorrow we give away a pair of tickets in the Comcast Sportsnet suite for Jimmy Watson Flyers Hall of Fame night on Monday, this coming Monday, including a parking pass, 2 CSN prize packs, and a visit to the broadcast booth during the game. Is he passing out or is he trying to read?
Did you run from the elevator?
Did I? What?
Did you run from the elevator?
What?
I ran the whole way.
Yeah. You ran from home.
You are dedicated.
Well, I had that new sweat removal procedure, so I don't sweat.
Yeah.
You're good.
So,
Got the mirror dry.
got it. I'm dry. Mouth is dry. You know, when your mouth is dry, you're pretty high.
That's right. Thank you, George. Holding puppies can be attractive to some people, but a new study reveals nearly half of women are attracted to men holding fish.
Okay.
Men holding fish?
I saw this yesterday.
What?
Like holding a bass or like a bag with a goldfish?
No, like a bass.
Like a trophy. Like you caught a really big bass and you're holding it out and you're displaying this thing proudly.
Yes.
So why are women attracted to fish holding men?
Well, this is from a fish app called Fish Brain.
Okay, well, they have something to. They have a vested interest in it.
But they analyzed Tinder photos, all right, used by 18 to 35-year-old men in Florida.
Oh, well, there you go. There's a lot of fishing in Florida.
Yep, exactly. And they found that 22% chose a photo of themselves posing with a recently caught fish.
I saw a hunk holding a fish. He was so sexy.
Researchers then polled more than 1,000 members of a college sorority to see how they felt about the photos.
Look at this dude holding the fish. He's like a Chippendales dancer.
And
I don't think the fish has any friggin' thing to do with it.
Be holding a severed head.
Hey, I saw a picture of a guy with a 12-inch dong holding a flounder. Man, fish are sexy.
This guy is no shirt and he's completely sculpted. I mean, he's cut up as you can possibly imagine.
I normally wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but he's holding a flounder.
I didn't even know he was holding fish.
Yeah.
Here's a pile of dead kittens.
Looks like he has an otter in his pants.
So they polled these college sorority sisters, and they found that 46% said they found the photos of men with the fish sexier compared to those who had photos without fish.
Get Henry Fonda. Put a picture of Henry Fonda from On Golden Pond up there.
Hold him, Walter.
Am I getting you turned on? You see my droopy man boobies? And my chicken gobbler neck? Am I getting you all hot and horny?
He'd be holding a trout, right?
Yeah.
Which is Walter, the one they caught in the movie.
Are your panties swimming yet? Leave me alone, you crazy old bitch. I'm going to go turn on some chicks. See him with his shirt off and the jeans.
The study was...
I pooped myself. I had a bran muffin and the motion of the power boat made me defecate. Loosen my bowels. And you always have that pain, that old guy pain look.
Yes, you're right.
There's about 7 different things that are incredibly painful going on in my body right now. They start just above my taint, and then it's ending right mid-chest where I'm currently experiencing a full-blown heart attack. Along the way, one of my nuts hurts. There's something in my stomach. I don't know what's going on. And I think I have a tapeworm.
Can I see that pain look again?
Let's go down and go after the big bass in the pond. You know how the old guys are like, I'm going to go look for the remote. Am I sexy? I look hot, don't I?
All right.
The great thing about my wife is that she shakes so much I get handies whether I want them or not.
Come on.
Oh, my
No, man.
God.
That was not intended to go to completion. And I just called. That's my morning win.
Oh. An unintended handy is this morning win.
I mean, we can wrap it up on that note.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Men holding fish are sexier than men who are not holding fish.
Who knew?
That's something I noticed, and I thought I'd share that with you. Japanese great tits, particularly vocal song. Japanese great tits.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Kathy heard that.
Yeah.
Particularly vocal songbirds.
Oh, like
That's a bird.
titmouse.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, it's a bird.
Yeah, a titmouse.
A titmouse is a bird.
Yes.
Not a mouse. Yeah.
And
right.
a
Come
Japanese
on, you filthy-minded
Now I'm
bastards.
bored again.
and Japanese great tits are birds.
That's cool.
Not on the sites I go to, but proceed.
They also use compositional syntax in their bird calls, according to a new study published Tuesday in the Journal of Nature Communications.
So the Japanese tits are smart.
Yeah, great tits are talking. I mean, they're actually speaking to each other,
Wow,
which is
I'm
pretty
amazed. They seem to be sort of roundish and fleshy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, the birds.
Yeah, look at them. We're looking at a
They are
picture.
kind of round.
Roundish and fleshy.
Look at this picture of great tits of a great tit right here.
What is that part in the front of the great tit that sticks out a little bit from the rest of the great
That's
tit?
the beak. It's not a nipple.
No.
They're hairy too.
They're not hairy. They're
fuzzy.
feathery.
They're fuzzy.
You know
fuzzy.
nothing about
They're
Japan.
fuzzy tits.
So anyhow, this is the lead study author, Toshitaka in Suzuki.
Look at tits.
Said in an
Favorite the bird.
Said in an email, our study shows for the first time that birds, like humans, use the rules of syntax to chat with others. This finding reveals an unsuspected degree of semantic complexity in avian vocal communication.
To what level do they say? Do they liken it to like a porpoise, or I mean?
I can only speak about the tits.
Okay.
Birds twitter, chirp, peep, warble, and sing to communicate the location of food of a food source, to warn the danger is near, or to woo mates.
Oh my God.
That was. You two didn't even look at each other.
No.
You just both went for it.
Please welcome Patrick Warburton to our program.
Preston, Steve King, thanks for having me here.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you for being
Good to be here.
But I love. I'm a fan of your voiceover work. I mean, I have kids, and they're turning into teenagers now. But from time to time, the TV will be on, and I'll just hear your voice pop up. And I mean, in Mr. Peabody, you were hilarious in that as well. You get quite a bit of work in that field, don't you?
Yeah, I've been doing, since I started about 15, 16 years ago, I had two great opportunities. One was to do Buzz Lightyear in the TV series because Tim Allen wasn't going to do it. and Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove.
Yes, yeah.
That was interesting because I didn't do voiceover work, and I just got these 4 pages of a Kronk and an Yzma, and Disney's very secretive with their stuff, and I had to look at this, and you got to figure out what this character sounds like. But first, if it's animated, you got to figure out what the character is. Like, I don't know if he's an ogre or a robot or a giant or what. It's
once that's established, do they kind of leave you to your own devices to sort of hash it out, or does a director say, we want it tonally to sound like this, or
no? See, they don't know.
Okay,
they don't know what a character sounds like until they hear it. You know, they can see in the storyboards what it looks like, what he looks like, and this and that. But they want somebody to come in and show them what the character sounds like.
They rely on you as an actor to kind of
bring
give a
something
subtext to it. Wow. Okay, that's cool.
So I was looking at it, and all I knew is he's a big guy, and he was sort of a reticent henchman. And I thought, well, you know, he probably doesn't sound dark or this or that.
Yeah.
He seems kind of sweet. He likes to cook, so. You know, it all kind of came down here. This became a little goofy. He likes to talk to squirrels. I got to be well versed in all the woodland creatures, not just the squirrels. Squeakity squeak.
It's great. I can actually now. There's like 40 characters going in my mind that I pass through.
Can I ask you one question about Putty on Seinfeld? Whose direction was it, or was it your idea to just stare off into the distance? Because you got so many laughs without even saying a word some of the time, and it just was you just sit there and be kind of a brain dead idiot.
I'm going to take credit for the just staring and Putty was it was just a guest spot, you know, and really it was just a means to an end. It was just a guy who stole Jerry's move because Jerry told him about it. And I thought I had to bring something else in the room there that maybe like a different direction with this character that they hadn't seen. Because if you look at it in the writing, you know, the guy doesn't seem like he's
particularly amusing, right? I mean,
yes, or perhaps even you know, missing a few marbles, I guess, as they say. So I just kind of made him, you know, a little bit clueless.
You need to see his face right now.
Yeah.
He just went into putty mode.
Yeah. And I think a lot of guys went in there and like, yeah, you know, I don't even do that or whatever, you know, like Tony's and Vinny's.
Right.
I just made him just a big idiot.
You made him more superficial than was she, and that because the cast was, and that was her whole thing. They were very superficial people, and you exceeded her, and she didn't know how to deal with it. The
Steve,
character,
but Putty was spiritual, and don't forget
spiritual,
that.
Yes, he was. Deep.
He wouldn't steal the paper because he wasn't going to hell.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Your association with Seth MacFarlane on Family Guy and the Ted movies and all that stuff. When did you first meet him? How did that start?
It was just, you know, a pilot or a first pickup for this show, you know, and I looked at it and I thought, can I do this? You know, this is terrible.
It's so passionately wrong that there's a certain charm to that it's so committed.
Yeah.
That makes it uniquely, I think, lovable. Does that make sense?
I still have to keep explaining satire to my parents. You know? My dad, because they're so religious. My dad was almost in tears one time. He left a message on my phone. He said, you know, in a future episode of Family Guy, God is sitting in a lazy boy chair next to a bottle of lotion, getting ready to masturbate. I wish you would get off that show. Click. And
my God. But you have. I've seen you publicly, sort of, you know, say you there. Sometimes you have difficulty. I mean, they have to be happy that at least you voice some reservation periodically to keep harmony at home.
Sure, you know, at times. But I mean, the greatest irony is that I donate. I send money. I got to send money my parents' way, you know. You know, and so we helped them out a little bit here and there. But my mom can't stop donating to her charities. I'm like, Mom, if you're asking for money, you can't be donating. One of her charities is Parents for Quality TV, and all they try to do, my mother signed petitions, actual petitions, to get Family Guy off the air.
So you weren't joking earlier.
Today, this is from Heidi Schumacher, who is the culture ambassador for her company Holman. And she said, hey, can you Preston give a huge, shout out for our company today. Holman turns 100 years old today.
Wow.
And we are all celebrating company-wide. Tell them we want to thank the Holman family for working at a fantastic company. So that's from Heidi Schumacher, and 100 years old. Holman, congratulations. That's huge. And thank you guys for listening. We appreciate that too. And then this email, Nick sent this over to me as well. This is from Rita Krynak. And she says, here's my little sappy piece / personal shout out. I moved to Lexington, Kentucky nearly 8 years ago, and since then I have suffered through a major anxiety and depression. I've listened to your show since maybe 2005, living in Lansdale. When I moved here, I lost a lot of touch. I realized that I could continue listening via podcast, and you and your team have truly helped me settle here in a way that 8 years later, I feel like this is the place for me.
I love hearing stuff like this.
Without you all constantly reminding me of the absolute insanity, absurdity, and craziness of Philadelphia to make me feel at home, I don't know how that I would have made it through some of my days here. I really just want to thank you for what you do. And I have the Retro Phillies Preston and Steve t-shirt, and I wore it to a carnival recently, and someone across the way yelled to me, "Yoo-hoo!" And it caught my eye. I ran to them, and they said that they were from Delco and listened to you all every day. And I told her that I was from Montco, North Penn grad, Temple U grad, and we bonded immediately. Truly appreciate you and your team all the way. Thank you for being you. Don't ever change. There's something good in every day. Happy Monday. Enjoy your work week. So
I love that.
From Rita Krynak and a shout out. So there you go. Thank you, Rita. That was a great story. Appreciate you sharing that.
When you're, when you relocate, a little bit of home helps.
Yeah. Yeah, without
Even
question.
if it has to be us.
Yeah. All right. I think we should dive into the world of surveys. Time for Survey Says. There are a number of them. I get them every single day.
Show us balls.
And we're not going to go into balls right now. But a poll asked 2,000 U.S. adults how they feel about adventures and what the perfect one would be like.
Adventures?
Yes.
Just in general?
Yeah, and they went through a few stats. They asked several questions about adventures. Over a third of the people polled said that they've become more adventurous with age, but only 10% feel that they could be adventurous in their life now on any given day. And that may be why the average American fantasizes about going on an adventure 4 times every day.
4 times.
The average American.
Would you say that's true with you? Do you fantasize about going on an adventure 4 times a day?
I don't think so. No.
I don't think I do either.
Vacation would be part of an adventure. Yes, absolutely.
Well, then
Or even going to the shore for the weekend.
Or going to the bathroom.
You probably have thought about that. I would say that that's a bit of an adventure.
I tend to think of adventure more like a Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones, Soldier of Fortune, wingsuit.
No, this is a little more rooted in reality.
Okay, going to, Acme.
When you're talking about, thinking about it 4 times a day, I think that can be sort of helped along by Instagram. You know what I mean? Like I watched.
So you fantasize. You see something pop up that you'd like to do. Then maybe that's right.
There was something that was never, ever, ever on my list, and then last night I'm watching this dude hike through to Machu Picchu, and I'm like, I think I want to go to Machu Picchu now.
Yeah.
Like I never thought of that before.
So you have now incorporated that into your fantasy life. So.
Right.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
But
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck.
He's got a good fantasy life.
Them into my fantasy life.
I think you might be right, Casey. Yeah. I think that sometimes scrolling will help you dive into that fantasy life adventure.
I'd like to
Okay.
Oh, God. Well, you should think about that stuff more. I actually spoke to she was like a stress management coach yesterday, and she told me
for her story.
Yes, for her story, 80% of our thoughts per day, and I forget how many thoughts she said we had per day, but it was, tens of thousands. I forget what it was, but she said 80% of our thoughts are negative. Isn't that crazy?
I don't know about that, and I hate her for saying that. No, I'm kidding. Let me ask. I thought we're always thinking about sex. Where do we have time for these adventure thoughts?
Yeah.
Maybe sex is an adventure.
Yeah.
I think about this stuff at least 4 times a day. I mean, sometimes it's like 20 times a day, and often my vacations are adventure-based vacations, and so I like to incorporate them into my
Into your
fantasy
fantasy
life.
life.
Yeah, but anytime I'm going to take a
hike Machu Picchu with Chrysagon, the Skull Sealer.
most of my vacations aren't sit on the beach relaxing vacations. I think there's a lot of value in those too, but I like doing adventures on my vacations. So
I agree.
Yeah, for me, that's a huge part of it.
I like a balance of adventure
Yes,
and
me too.
relaxation.
Yeah.
You like hiking, but with a cocktail in your hand.
Now you're talking.
Or at least a cocktail afterwards.
It's
Not sleeping in a tent somewhere.
So more than 60%
It is.
say that they are in desperate need of an adventure this year, partly because of dealing with daily emotions like anxiety, fatigue, and frustration.
My father's advice over and over again, he imparts it in the last thing he recorded for us, for the sons. Travel, have adventures. It is the spice of life. If you can do it, if you have the resource, and it doesn't have to be Machu Picchu. It can be,
Jim Thorpe.
Jim Thorpe.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're just mentioning that off air.
Absolutely.
So what does an adventure look like? Well, it can be anything outside your daily routine and experience. And 46% said that, and that makes them appreciate life more. The perfect age to go on an adventure is 42.
What?
And the perfect amount of time for an adventure is 6 days. People would be willing to travel just over 2,700 miles for an adventure to escape the daily grind. The top adventurous destinations that Americans want to visit are Hawaii, California, Florida, Alaska, and Colorado.
Well, Hawaii's 2,700 miles away.
Yeah.
It is a little bit more.
How far is Hawaii?
Well, the 3,000 to the West Coast, so you're probably dealing with another 5,000?
God, it's 3,000 miles to the West Coast?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Now, you can't drive to Hawaii, right?
I don't know. On the map, it's really, it's right over there.
Did you see the, not to go off on a tangent here, but I sent you an article, Preston, which is, again, they do this periodically where they accurately depict country sizes laid over each other so you can actually see, despite what you see on the globe, the way it appears to be. And it gives you, Kathy gives you a whole new perspective on the size of different things and how you could possibly walk to Alaska.
Oh.
So, Kathy, you're pretty adventurous outdoors until it
Comes to sleeping.
To bedtime.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Hawaii's 5,000 miles away.
You're right. I had never... I never picked up on that.
So you could hang out in the woods and all day long, and then when everybody's going to bed, you're like, all right, I'm going to my room now.
Yeah,
and you'd be fine with that.
Yeah, like there's places, actually, Nick sent me a couple of places when I was out west last year that I would have loved to visit, but there's one specifically that, like, you have no choice. You hike in and you stay there.
Oh, Havasu Pie?
Yeah, Havasu Pie. Like, I would love to see that. You can do helicopter trips in there, but it's, like, really hard to get on one of those, so I'll have to plan that for another time. But, yeah, I mean, I love doing that stuff, seeing, like, nature and how beautiful it is. But yes, I want to go to... It's
dirty, though.
I want to go to a Fairmont and sit there at night, and then I'll get back up in the morning and go for another hike.
It all works.
But 4 times a day, apparently, are how often we are fantasizing
about our
fantasy lives and adventures. All right. Next survey. This is a survey that asks people what they would be willing to give up sex for.
Mm-hmm. A Kit Kat bar.
A Kit Kat bar. What would you do? Or no?
Klondike bar. Yeah. What would you do
for a Klondike bar?
Kathy, we could
break off a piece of a Kit Kat bar.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Casey, I think.
Me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Let's see about bringing Kathy into our Safe Light Repair Band.
Oh, man. I can't harmonize. I got to be my own category.
So 2,000 people were polled about the trade-offs that they would consider, and they found that more than a quarter of all respondents would happily stop having sex for an entire year if it meant they'd have enough money for a deposit on a home.
All right, so Kathy, yesterday you said you would rather give up coffee than alcohol.
I will never give up coffee. I'll give up everything else in my life.
All right.
The other way around.
Rank these: coffee, alcohol, sex.
I think you said it.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
So Gen Z is a little more willing, as half of them say they'd be celibate for a year to afford a home. And that's not the only thing they would trade their sex life for. A quarter of Gen Z.
What is Gen Z again, the parameters?
I don't know.
Steve, Preston, right? That's what you said to me the other day.
I'm X.
Oh, shoot.
Generation X. Sorry.
Never mind.
They would abstain to get a promotion at work, while a third would give up sex to get a raise as well.
Born between 97 and 2012.
So I'm Gen Z.
Yeah, you're Gen Z. I've heard that they're that they're less likely to be that caught up with sex and socializing. Gen Z.
Yeah.
Right, Case? Have you heard this as well?
Yeah, no.
Like having, going out and going to clubs and that's less a thing with Gen Z.
I don't know. I have no clue. But what I do know is you have mentioned like that people are giving things up for monetary reasons. Why not just get paid for sex instead?
Yeah,
that way you don't have to give up sex.
Among respondents aged 45 and older, just over half would pick being a homeowner over being able to keep having sex.
Get a home and turn it into a brothel.
Men were also more likely to say no to giving up sex, as 45% of guys surveyed say that they couldn't live without sex for a year, no matter what they'd get in return. Only 23% of women said the same.
This is a nuance, but I feel it has to be asked. Are we talking about sex with someone else, or is self-pleasuring part of it?
If you added self-pleasure in there,
it becomes a lot more austere, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, S just got real.
Yeah, right? Because, I mean, you can get the second best version of it and still be pretty
You can draw a face on your hand.
Yeah, you can make it work.
Yeah.
Without question. But it doesn't say this. So not really sure. All right. Survey says the survey has to do about kids' lunchbox leftovers. Most parents go out of their way to try to get their kids to eat healthy, nutritious foods, but just because we buy them, prepare them, and serve them doesn't mean that they'll actually eat them. And this is obvious when their lunchboxes come home at the end of the school day, still holding the veggies, nuts, or other goods, good for them foods that they refuse to eat. And a new survey finds that parents estimate 21% of their kids' lunch comes back uneaten after school. According to this poll, more than 4 in 10, 43% of parents say today's school lunches are healthier than theirs were, and 28% say they have more variety. When those lunchbox rejects come back home, a third of parents eat them for dinner. A quarter
the kids' lunch?
Yeah, they will eat their kids' lunch for dinner. They'll eat the leftovers.
So, Kathy, when you stay up late meticulously preparing Jace's lunch for school,
Right.
what kind of lunch does he have?
Well, so for years, I mean, he's 13 now.
Yeah.
Today's his birthday. So, he can kind of choose and tell me what he wants, and he buys at school, which, yes, I think from us growing up is a little bit healthier, but it's not, I certainly wouldn't call it healthy. But yes, I mean, I did all kinds of different boxes, and I would find ideas on Pinterest, and so that they were getting enough
healthy stuff,
nutrition, enough energy, but you're not putting like crap in there.
Okay. Do they have microwaves at the school? In the cafeteria?
Oh, I don't think so.
Because we never did. My kids have microwaves at their school.
Are you kidding?
Yeah. So that's kind of a game changer, as far as like getting stuff ready for lunch. So
you cook
it.
Yeah.
It kind of makes it easier. At least what it does is it expands the menu options.
And they actually had Chick-fil-A at Souderton where my kids go to school. Yeah. On certain days, I think. If I remember correctly.
The most we ever had was Pizza Fridays every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, Pizza Friday when I was a little kid.
And then we
that
ate
was
sand.
Awesome. You ate sand?
Sand?
we would have, and I remember this is probably in like third, fourth grade, something like that. They would have spaghetti. Okay. And
did like that.
They would give they would also give you a toasted bread, like a, not baguette, but like Italian bread with butter on it. And I would put the spaghetti on that and eat that way. I made like a little half-open-faced spaghetti sandwich. Spaghetti sandwich.
Yeah.
It's good.
Is it?
It is good.
Yeah. Somebody needs to make a spaghetti sandwich.
A grilled spaghetti sandwich.
Yes.
What was our sandwich that we invented? It was the dar.
Yeah. It was meatballs, provolone cheese, garlic. It was... the bread was toasted and had garlic butter on it. And it also had roasted red peppers.
And it was good.
It was tasty.
Was good.
Yep.
I had a rather heated conversation last night with Andrea about breakfast sandwiches. And maybe this is another conversation for another time, but is a breakfast burrito a breakfast sandwich?
No, it's a burrito.
Dude, it's like the hot dog
I know.
and sandwich thing.
All right, but if you want a breakfast sandwich and you order a burrito, it kind of qualifies, right?
Here's the way I would put it: as a handheld breakfast item.
Okay, yeah.
Savory breakfast
Right.
item.
What is?
But I mean, who cares?
You're not going to get disqualified.
Is there an ingredient in it
Here's where the conversation started. And again, if you want to table this or never talk about it again, that's fine too.
Or
how would you create? It was like the DAR. What is the best ingredients? What are the best ingredients for your favorite breakfast sandwich?
Right. Okay. So
eggs.
Duncan, I apologize. What is it? What was your answer, by the way?
Oh, scrambled eggs, probably a bagel, avocado, avocado, a little bit of spice, probably some. I am not going to put any meat on my favorite breakfast sandwich, but anyway, that's where I'm going to start.
How did the whole is a burrito a sandwich thing come up? Then I mean, at what point in that conversation? I don't see where this is going
because.
Where are you going?
Where does anything that we ever talk about go? I said, or maybe I'll get a breakfast burrito. Maybe
and then
I'll
she
order
said
that.
you can't, right?
That's off the table, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Brought you right back down to earth.
When you go to the Dunkin' app and you want to order a breakfast sandwich, it's sandwiches and wraps.
Yeah.
So
wraps kind of fall in the burrito.
In the burrito.
There are
camp.
breakfast
Definitely not a
wraps.
sandwich,
Well,
yeah.
look at breakfast pizza.
Yeah.
Right?
I would call a burrito a wrap.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The ends are open.
It's a handheld breakfast item.
But a manwich is a meal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyhow, back to the lunches. The most popular lunches for kids include the classic combo of sandwich, chips, and juice. Parents say kids' least favorite lunch foods include snap peas, green beans, tuna salad, and hard-boiled eggs.
I would have gone Menendez on my parents if that's what they packed me up with. I'll tell you this. The default peanut butter and jelly was always a
was so good.
solid sandwich.
Easy.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, and so at my school, you could order a hot lunch or bring your lunch, but if you forgot your lunch,
you were flogged.
Oh, you got the
Mrs. Donahue would
Yes.
make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
the peanut butter and
would?
jelly.
Mhm.
Yep.
Let's go to my apartment. I'll make you lunch.
I only took my lunch on occasion. I wasn't an everyday bringer. I ate whatever they were serving.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I would buy. I guess there was a lunch program or whatever. The parents would buy into it, and you'd get that. And I'd whatever. There were days that it was horrible, and there were other days it was good. You know.
There was actually, yes, I fondly remember some, as you were talking about, some cafeteria lunch items that I loved. I loved some of the rolls they would give you. I loved that cheap-ass spaghetti. I even loved the cheap-ass pizza. It was fine. The burgers that were never cooked but just boiled had their, because they were cereal. It was twofold. You had breakfast and lunch in the same burger because there was no meat. It was made of cereal.
Yeah, it was like soy burgers, I think, are what we had. But every now and then they would try to push lima beans on us.
Lima beans?
Oh.
You know what's the funny thing about lima beans? They're the worst, but they don't taste bad. They're just, there's nothing special about them. Like the texture's kind of a little bit off. The flavor,
gritty.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
But the flavor itself isn't like a terrible flavor.
I do love snap peas, though. They have a little
Snap peas are good.
sweet taste to them.
Do you know in Cape May they do a full-on lima bean
Festival?
Not lima bean riot. Oh my God, I forgot about that band. Lima bean riot. No, they have a lima bean festival.
Yeah, so
I've seen signs on.
Apparently, that little
around
area
there.
is like a lima bean capital of the universe.
Really?
The
Yeah.
band has played at the festival.
Really?
Of course, they have to.
Are they still around?
They were not that long ago. Pierre's producer before me was a guy named Michael Anthony Thompson, and he sang with them for a little while.
And Van Halen.
I don't think he ever sang with Van Halen.
That was just Michael Anthony.
Oh, okay.
So, by the way, back to school lunches. To entice their kids to eat healthy stuff, parents know the trick is in presentation, so they buy things with fun packaging and rely on cute containers.
Oh, come on. No, I didn't rely on any of that.
This post that's up here, this from a while ago, bring your lunch or buy your lunch.
No, that's today. That the
Oh, is that
poll's up-
today?
Yeah,
Okay,
the poll's up right now.
A while ago as in 4 minutes ago.
All right, so yeah.
Oh, I see, yes.
If
There we
you
go.
would like to vote, you can go to, where do we go to?
That's Twitter.
Our Twitter account, The Preston and Steve Show. Okay, and you can, did you buy your lunch or did you bring your lunch?
Would you get that
back in the day?
Poorly printed menu to take home with you?
I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
it'd be up on the refrigerator. No, I remember,
yeah, so you knew the
you knew
day.
what you're having.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you know your pizza day.
And it was like the paper was different colors each week.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I definitely remember trading lunches with people from time to time because you just didn't like what you got or what they got looked really, really good.
I would just stand at the front of the cafeteria. Who's got lima beans?
Yeah.
Because I want in.
Steve is a lima bean
slut.
I will give hand jobs for lima beans.
Oh, my God. All right, let's go to something else. And then the survey says... In this survey by datingnews.com, a whopping 90% of Americans said that they are willing to be flexible with their desired relationship timelines if they meet the right person. So this is a nationwide survey and asked about Americans' perceptions and feelings toward relationship timelines, such as the ideal timing for various relationship milestones and willingness or flexibility to settle or change based on life factors. What?
I think if
Chuck sent me this.
I'm going to try to decipher this one, but does this pertain to I want to be married by 35?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, that's it.
So
All right.
what did Ben Affleck say to this?
I don't know. So Americans' ideal relationship timelines, 1.5 years is the relationship length before discussing marriage.
What the hell is that?
2 years, 5 months.
This is my girlfriend. His name's Jimmy.
The relationship length before engagement. So
Jimmy!
2 years and 5 months. 6 months to a year is the engagement length. And age at marriage, people say 30. And age of birth of first child would be 31.
So how long did you and Michelle date before you moved towards matrimony?
Well, we dated for less than 2 months, and I said, hey, want to move to Philadelphia?
That's right.
Yeah. And then we were together for, when did I propose? I think it was like 3 years.
3 years for
something
us,
like
too.
that. Yeah.
Hey, how did her family react to or
They didn't
respond?
like it.
Okay.
They didn't like it.
Is she a good lima bean boy?
No, they didn't know me.
Yeah, they didn't know you. You were
foot model,
taking their pride and joy.
Yeah,
13-hour car ride away.
Yeah.
Now they bring you gifts.
Now they
All
bring.
right, Preston, can I talk to you in the other room? I'm going to ask you to do one thing with my daughter. Never touch her.
But no, they obviously they had concerns, and rightfully so.
Yes.
I totally understand. I didn't know at the time.
Right.
Michelle didn't say anything to me about it, but yeah, that was certainly the case. About 1 in 3 Americans said that they would consider having a child on their own if they had not met someone they would want to have children with. 75% would rather be single for the rest of their lives and marry someone that didn't meet their standards.
The one thing I was committed to was lima beans. No, the one thing I was committed to was not doing the starter marriage. Let's see how it goes. Well, this person. I wanted all in, and that's that.
Yeah.
And so I was 36 when I got married.
Yeah.
I have like a couple of friends that fall in that category of they'd rather remain single for the rest of their life than settle and I
like Father McGinley.
Well, I personally think that their standards are
too high.
Kind of not even too high, just crazy. Like weird standards. But yeah, I mean
9 breasts.
Staying single the rest of their life instead of just like giving someone who doesn't meet their standards a chance.
Anything that you remember among their standards that kind
So
of...
one was profession, and it had nothing to do with money. It had to do with the risk of their work. So like
ventriloquist.
No, she wouldn't date a cop because that's dangerous. She wouldn't date a doctor because their hours are long. She wouldn't date a lawyer because,
Well, that's interesting.
That's too restrictive.
That she has a list of things that she wouldn't do, as opposed to, I was thinking the other way around. They have to be this, they have to be that, they have to be blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
I like the hobos. They travel.
Wait, and the other one was an accountant because he's probably boring.
Okay.
So, yes, it's interesting. My brother-in-law, who's now happily married and kid, the whole thing, life is wonderful. He had these very high standards that it would have been impossible to meet, and then when you kind of relaxed a little bit, everything fell into place. But
that's what I know. Yeah, that's sort of what I've told. And it's a number of it's not just one person. Like I could probably name 5 of my friends still single, and that is the reason.
Are they happy?
I mean, I guess they're all looking to date. Like they still will date,
right?
But like one will not do the dating app. So it's either she goes out or meets somebody through a friend. But like if she's not dating, she's also fine.
Do you think this is something that happens more with women than where?
I don't know.
Because somebody who might be at the place where you do your hair. that we know very well.
Oh, right.
Yeah. She, I was talking to her mom.
Look, how does my hair look? She did it yesterday.
And she has her standards, and her mom was at the blood drive and said that
maybe she should curb those standards.
Well, or
relax them.
Relax.
Think outside the box.
Some guys do too. We knew a guy. We used to work with a guy who had really high standards.
Oh yeah, and he was ballsy.
They were out of his league.
Yeah.
Do I know this person?
Yes, you do.
Well, yeah, but
Okay.
we're
I don't
like,
know. Stick to your guns, I say. You know what I mean? Like, rather than like rush into something or somebody that is not going to be the right fit for you. Like,
Yeah, but what I say to them is like, give them you don't have to rush into it, but give them a chance. Don't go,
Right.
oh, okay, well, he's an accountant, so no.
Right.
He might be the funniest accountant you've ever met.
right.
He could be the funniest accountant you've ever met.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Give him a chance.
With a huge hog.
Kathy standing up for accountants everywhere.
Everywhere.
I love
You're a scream.
All right, so anyhow, that's a look at dating and timelines.
These are actually better than normal surveys.
I like this one a lot. This one is a poll that was done asking Americans about an idea that might make them rich.
An idea? Well, Casey.
like pancakes, cakes.
You don't even know your own product line?
Well,
It's
I do.
cakes, right?
We just haven't come up with a name that I love.
I thought we were talking about.
Well, somebody said batter up. Maybe that would be the name of the business, but the
Right.
product itself.
Pakes.
So according to a new survey, 33% of Americans say they have an exciting idea they think could make them wealthy one day.
I do not have any such idea.
No.
I have modifications to things that I think might improve various products, but I don't think I have anything, on the back burner that I think is a great invention.
I had one brilliant idea, and that was it. This is one, and it was an advertising slogan.
Okay.
For a product that I think is spot on. And I actually started to ask around to people in that industry, how do I go about
Care to
using
reveal
this?
it, or do you still think-
I'll reveal it
Yeah.
because I found out there's no way that I can do it. You have to work at an ad agency. You can't just whip up an idea and say, hey, I've got this idea and I want to own it. And you know what I mean? So it was for Titleist, the golf ball.
Yes.
So I'm obviously a fanatic for the game. And if you watch, at least for a stretch there, it was popular at golf tournaments when someone would hit a drive, you would hear someone yell, get in the hole.
Yep.
They would yell that right away. Like as soon as a person swings a club,
Get in the hole!
they're just trying to get on TV. They're just trying to get their voice on TV. But that phrase, get in the hole, you can hear it now.
Auto
Titleist.
hole.
No, Titleist, the number one ball in golf.
So
I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Titleist, number one ball in golf, get in the hole.
I love it.
So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be the advertising slogan, get in the hole. And people would be yelling your slogan. And it would get on for free all over the place.
Did you check to see if that was a trademarked phrase?
I did.
And what came back?
And it wasn't. This is like a decade ago.
Yeah. I had one. I love lima beans.
That was not as smart.
Yeah. And it didn't take off.
No.
Now, that could be like sung too. That could be like a jingle. I love lima beans.
It's actually better as a song. Can we collab?
I think so.
Let's collab.
But people think that 33% of Americans think they have an idea that would make them rich one day. And this is like right out of Shark Tank. And it was actually Shark Tank that made me realize that a great idea does not mean a windfall for you.
Do you know how I know you're exactly right? Because there's so many of those things. I'm like, oh, this is great.
This is a brilliant idea. Yeah.
And then they start to dissect it and you go, oh,
yeah. Oh, there's a whole lot of work involved.
Right.
In getting it from concept to product and then marketing the product. And then are there any products like it? Is there, all
when
of that
the layers
stuff.
get peeled back. So I've been learning a lot about monetization of YouTube and social media. Because I'm doing a little bit more streaming now, and I'm creating some content just for the hell of it because it's fun. I enjoy the technology and so on and so forth. But when you start to peel back layers about, Kathy, you talked about Jace's perception of this gold mine that's just waiting there.
Yeah, YouTubers.
I mean, you're talking. So I was watching some of the breakdowns. There was a woman who had
15 million views of a TikTok video. 15 million views of a TikTok video. She made $3,000 off that. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
15 million views for $3,000. And then they talked about how, for example, when you get an advertiser, you say, okay, 30,000 views will occur. I'm going to promise you 30,000 views for this video, and then you pay me, or I'll run your ad, and then you pay me for this ad included in my video. If it falls lower than that amount, then you have to create content and include them.
More content. Well,
Right.
they run, like, they rule it.
They rule it.
So you really have no control. Like, even when you think you do, because you're the one creating content, you don't. They control the situation.
And they send like pre-done packages, and you include your "I love squash," or whatever.
Lima beans.
Lima beans. I love lima beans.
All right. For 4 in 10 of those surveyed want to start a business or service as their wealth driving idea. 27% that they think that they have a stock tip that could make them rich.
Did you? Was there ever anything outside of even that you thought, okay, this is the one. This is going to work for me. I'm going to make money off this.
No, I've never had great ideas or invention ideas or anything like that.
When I was in college, I had these producers come to us, to the school.
Yeah.
And they wanted to get some young script writing talent. And they loved the package that I had submitted. And I remember thinking, everything's going to change right here. Everything's going to change. Wow. It's going to be amazing. And oh my God, I'm still in college. And the couple behind it got a divorce. And it just died.
It just died?
And I remember thinking, remember this the next time. And I remember the next time I had something close to that, I totally forgot it and fell for it again. Basically, you have to go through life and get your ass kicked a number of times before you start to realize there's no free lunch or, listen, it's not to say things like this don't happen where you have that idea, that one big thing that's going to take off. Clearly, it happens all the time.
Yep.
But,
What about investment opportunities that were presented to you at one point that you either didn't have the money to afford at a certain time or, like missed opportunities there?
I've never had that. I've never had an investment. Nobody's ever come to me.
Not even like, you could have bought a house at some point or, something down the shore, that sort of floated across your radar.
We actually have had a couple that you had one?
Oh, don't you still own it?
The Panama one?
Yeah. We were just talking.
You bought Panama?
No, I didn't buy Panama. We were just talking over the weekend with our friends that we invested with on that, and we're like, it's a loss. Let's cash it in.
Yeah.
But
it was like 15. No, it was like almost 20 years ago that we did it.
But you still technically own whatever it is, right?
Yeah,
What is it?
It was like a resort.
And is there a resort there?
No.
Oh, it never got built.
No, it never got built.
So you just gave someone money.
There was a time when Panama was on the radar.
Oh, we went
and people were talking.
We went to meetings with people and showed the plan, and there's a marina and blah, 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 and all this. And we're like, we planned, we created a limited liability corporation, and we invested and have not seen $1 return on that. But going into that, we were told, because we talked to some financial advisors, they said, listen, if you're going to go into this, just make sure that you realize that this is disposable money, that if you lose it, it's not going to be life-changing. So it was a gamble. It was like going to Atlantic City.
Who were the friends, or did you go, the friends that you went in on it with, was it their idea and they came to you and they were like, hey, do this with us?
It was a mutual friend of all of us.
Of all of you, okay.
And we are no longer friends with
that person.
Yes.
Over this or no?
Nah, he's a wackadoo.
Other stuff, okay.
Oh, okay. Man, I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Machu Picchu?
No, it wasn't Machu Picchu. It was about investment, but never mind.
Macho Grande?
I'm never over
I'll never get over Macho Grande. All right. Anyway, some of the ideas that people think that they are going to have a windfall from include a new kind of ceiling fan.
Oh, well, dude, can I jump in here? I love this new ceiling fan that's basically a light bulb attachment.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah. Does anyone have one?
No, I've seen them in the store. I saw one in Lowe's. It's smaller.
Yeah, it's not going to be
It's not going to be a whole room thing. But Kathy, if you have a ceiling light bulb screw, you just screw it in there, and it's got a light on it and a small fan.
And a fan.
It works. Have you guys heard of the chandelier fans?
I don't know if
Chandelier?
that's exact. No. Chandelier
Oh.
fans. It appears as a chandelier. Okay, you don't see any fan blades, and then when you turn the fan on, they come out like a transformer. And
So it's more than meets the eye.
It is
I gotta
more
see
than.
this.
Yeah, you gotta check it out.
I thought you were going to say
They're
that.
called fandeliers.
Fandeliers. I knew I said it wrong. Fandeliers.
I thought you were going to say that the chandelier hid the spinning blade. So, because Kathy, I know a lot of people who have problems with ceiling fans. They call them unsightly.
Well, Case, these ones, the you see the blades. Is that what you're talking about, or no? And it's just sort of a
He said they
chandelier.
come out. I think they come out.
Is it more than meets the eye, Kathy?
Well, I think there's probably a ton of different types of designs.
Yeah.
But the one that I saw, and I think it was my mother-in-law was telling me about it. The one that I saw, the blades don't present unless the fan is on.
Unless it gets aroused.
And now, is this a Kickstarter thing, or does this product actually exist?
It actually exists.
Okay.
It's called. So you believe it's called the Fandelier?
Well, Home Depot has fandeliers, but they're more like basically just the fan with, and then where the light would be is the chandelier.
Okay,
Here, Preston,
so we
look at
have
this
the video.
Oh, okay.
Rewind the video a little bit, Grace, so you can see the.
So it almost looks like a pendant type of a light with some sparkles and jewel-like
thingies,
baubles hanging from it. But the blades are above that, and I guess they fold in.
So these almost look like sickle, like
icicles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's a
Oh no,
chandelier.
a sickle as in like a scythe, like a
Yes, yeah.
Okay, like you could go out and cut
Because
grass with it.
they're more curved blades on that.
That's
And so that's how it when it's off, it's probably hidden that way.
Okay.
You dig?
I dig. So people, they either have a great idea for a ceiling fan or plans for a new social media platform or an irresistible food truck.
Oh, so I know somebody who did like a Kickstarter and was invested in a new social media platform.
Okay.
And I heard all about it.
Twatter.
And I don't know where it is or where
Right.
the app is.
Oh, I did 2 Kickstarter things for devices that I
You
thought.
did the cooler, right?
No. I didn't do the cooler.
I thought
I
you
did the computerized yoga mat.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What?
It looked very cool because Claire was just getting into, and it would actually lead you the way you see the things sort of like the mirror that you hang on the wall and you work out. And there's sort of the silhouette of somebody.
Yep.
It's a similar thing.
Okay.
Went nowhere. And then there was a type of drone that they now have this kind of drone, but this company it folded. So I didn't put a lot into it.
Right.
But I'm like, you know.
The Kickstarters you can just chuck in $100 or whatever it is.
And that's basically what I did.
There was an ironing board that I was fascinated with.
Was it computerized?
No, it wasn't computerized, but it would you put your shirt on it. You kind of, it's hard to explain.
It
rotates over. And
so that you don't have to move the shirt?
You don't have to move the shirt. I'm like, there you go. Man.
Yeah.
I need one of these. And it went nowhere
doesn't go
as far as I could tell.
It's like, you should be able to kill someone if it doesn't go.
If it doesn't go anywhere. Yeah.
Excuse me. You get emotional thinking about that.
I do.
Yeah.
That ironing board would have changed my life. Hang on a second. I sound like Kevin Costner all of a sudden.
It's okay. The new movie's called Horizon.
That happened to me last week.
All of a sudden you started.
Yeah, it's just something.
Yeah. So others are hoping that their creative endeavors pay off so that they're working on the next great American novel or making music that they hope to share with the world one day. So that's their big idea, too.
You want...
I had an idea.
Go ahead.
So my daughter's going to be majoring in theater and acting and all that, and I think at some point, she's going to have to create her own content for the stage. And I had this idea for it's just a song, but the setting of said song the play would be about high school. All right, going to high school, and
Like a high school musical.
like a high school musical. Have you ever heard anything like that? No, but the idea is that this kid has to write this essay. It's a 1,000-word essay.
Right.
And the word very is sung 1,000 times in the song because do you remember that old 1,000 words? I want to write very, very, very. And I was telling this to my daughter. She's just like, shut up. I don't.
So she's not going to invest.
She's not going to invest, but
What was the idea?
The idea. So
the song would be like very, very, very.
It's a
very.
song.
It's a song.
Okay.
Yeah, but you
It's
were
like
talking
my
about
Lima Bean song.
musical endeavors. But when I first came up with I can't stop well, I can stop thinking about it, but I think about it all the time. I'm like, I really would like to see something. I'm not going to create it myself.
You think that would be a big hit?
I think it would.
Have you considered going to Manhattan and pitching it to a few producers?
I thought about it. I just don't have anybody's phone number.
Mr. Foster's here.
Just walk up and down Broadway.
Yeah.
I got an idea.
Please, we need some sort of police unit here.
You don't think that would be annoying?
I think it would be annoying. The way it would be written and sung, it would be funny.
The way bad dental work is annoying.
Annoying and then funny again.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
You know, like Austin Powers peeing in the very beginning of the movie.
Yes.
It was funny, and then it was annoying, and then it was funny again.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess so. All right.
It's a theory.
It's one of Casey's ideas. A lot of people have ideas, and they think that it's a winning idea. The hard part is getting it to actually be created and go on and market it and everything. That's the really hard part about all of that. All right, I think we got to wrap up the surveys, gang.
I guess that's your theory.
We got to wrap up the surveys, but hopefully you got something out of this whole thing.
It was good.
A reminder that we have, this could be your big break if you end up being one of our singers on stage at the MMRBQ. It's the live band karaoke on the Preston and Steve Show side stage. We are soliciting for audition tapes. And a tape is an old word to use, but
create a video.
Yeah, so you create a video on YouTube of you singing, and maybe you will get chosen. We're going to put them up for a vote. We're looking for 10 people to be our singers. And if you do get on board, we'll give you a 4-pack of MMRBQ tickets. So sign up now at WMMR.com. We have a deadline for tomorrow. I'm going to see if we can extend that a little
I think
bit.
we need to because we really want to overshoot and get the creme de la creme.
We haven't had enough time to really promote it, I don't think. So I'll see if we can do that. But anyhow, the MMRBQ is coming up September 21st. So if you'd like to do it, we'd love to have you on board. You can go to WMMR.com for the details.
To that point, it's so everyone who gets up and has done it, it's cool to see them afterwards. Everyone is pumped because they get a great reaction with the audience. They have a band playing.
Yeah.
It's not like you're just a recorder's playing there.
Yep.
And it's a cool experience.
And if you've never done that with a band, this will be an awesome first for you. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a second. Hang out with us, please.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMM.
No, I was not joking. No.
Oh,
no.
my God.
So I go, Mom, if you can't see the irony, I give you money, Family Guy money, and you take it to get Family Guy off the air. She goes, well, I have a responsibility to the Lord and I don't care.
Oh my gosh.
I waited until I was 50 years old before I decided that I wanted to sing and be in a band.
Wow.
Now we have a Pearl Jam cover band. We're the Bearded Pearl Clams.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, this station specifically was called out on stage locally by Eddie Vedder himself, and Nick was mentioned on stage by Eddie Vedder himself.
Right here.
Is he acutely aware of your overarching fandom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I probably met him, now somewhere around a dozen times, and he's been super, super cool. He let me write it. I met him backstage once in L.A. and I got word that this is in Los Angeles, so everybody was there. Sean Penn and John Krakauer, and there's 200 people backstage. But somebody grabbed me and said, "Eddie knows you're here. He wants to see you." So. I go back there and he goes, "Yeah, you got to write a set list." And he gave me his email. I wrote a set list. What? Yeah, and then I brought my son to his first concert, but his first Pearl Jam concert, and we were there. And
for the set list you wrote?
For the set list.
Well, all right.
Holy crap!
What they open with?
Well, they didn't open. There are about 33 songs, 35 songs in the night.
Yeah.
Probably about 27 of them were my set, So
oh my God!
They didn't open with it, so I didn't know what was going to go on. They opened with Long Road, which should have been on my set list, but it wasn't. And then I forget what the next song was, and then they did Alone from Lost Dogs. I was like, oh wow, was on mine. And
so
then,
you thought maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
and then a few more started rolling out. And
how much time and effort did you put into writing that set list? I mean, did you think it out? Oh, this will flow great into the next song, or did you just put a bunch of songs you liked on there?
I just put I pretty much just put a bunch of songs.
Okay.
And I had some friends that I know that are hardcore.
So did you weave
the rest of the show is courtesy of Patrick Warburton.
did you weave in hits and rarities and
Yes.
you? All right. So as a Pearl Jam fan, you had it in the back of your mind. I got to I when they were in town, I asked him to open up with "Release," which was my favorite Pearl Jam song, and he said, right, but he said no. But
who do you think you are, Patrick Warburton?
Right. But he asked later because he was crafting the set list when he came in and did the interview with us when Eddie did that, and there's a song called "Comeback," which was on the last record, and I asked him to play that, and they did. So I don't know. This is I'm totally geeking out when talking to you about this, but I'm really glad you can appreciate it because as a Pearl Jam fan, it means a lot.
I was at a show one time. Well, this is the show when because my wife just knows how ridiculous it is, and we're backstage, and Eddie gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt, and we're walking back to the car, and I haven't said a word. And but my wife knows I'm just beside myself. He just gave me his email. I'm going to write a set list. He gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt. And right when we got to the car, I just looked at her and I held the shirt up and I sniffed it.
Of course.
and then I looked at her with this terrible frown on my face and I go, "It's clean."
Now be honest.
Brilliant.
Is it your whoopee now?
That's great. Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Warburton.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Why'd you staple this in the right-hand corner?
Because if you notice, I messed up the left margins, so I couldn't staple it in the left.
Okay.
Wasn't it for a church event too?
It was.
And isn't the left side evil?
Correct.
There you go.
That's why I did that.
The left side's evil?
Sure.
That's
The
why
left side is
That's why if you
evil.
write with your left hand, they used to hit you with a ruler to make you right.
Did they really? Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
That's right. I remember hearing that left-handed people were considered
Something.
touched by the devil or
wasn't
something
good.
like
Yeah.
that.
The word "sinister" is from the Latin meaning left.
Shut up.
Oh.
And I think when you get your communion, you're not supposed to get it with your left hand. You're supposed to get it with your right.
I always do the chuck
No,
it.
they put it in your left hand.
Yeah, you're supposed to put your right hand on top of your left.
Yes, like this.
Not your left
Have
hand.
you been doing it wrong all these years? Kathy, you're evil.
This sow is mine.
Your mother is going
Oh
to
my
have a
God.
few words for you today.
She probably will. I'm going to ask her. I don't think I believe you.
seduced by the dark side.
Because you pick it up then.
everything right. She eats tomatoes to avoid anal cancer.
Because you pick it up and feed it to yourself with your right hand.
I don't know.
You know, that's what I always thought.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it doesn't feel right to pick it up with my left.
Right.
But I had been doing it, I thought, the opposite way.
Go have mass in Ireland.
They're living a lie.
Right?
Yeah. They just, like a Mississippi
Oh, really?
poker dealer. Yeah.
One of these days, I'm just going to go and pick it out with my fingers. He goes and hands it to me, and I'm not going to have
Can
him
I
place
pick
it.
my own?
Yeah.
Can I pick my own?
No, not that
I
one.
wanted that one.
The game we're going to play is young versus younger. All right, and we use that term young
Oh, I crack up at this.
loosely.
Yeah. I don't fall anywhere within the realm of younger-ish.
Marissa came up with a list of terms a while back that pertain to different generations, okay?
She did a good job.
She did a really
It's
good
hard,
job.
yeah.
So there are some terms on here on the younger list that might be a little fresh and new for us, the show members of the Preston and Steve Show, to know exactly what they mean. Now, vice versa, we have a list called young, which is really old. And it's a list of terms that are kind of from an older generation. Not going way back, but something that we here, the members of the Preston and Steve Show, would definitely know what they are. But we want to see the younger members of our family, the Preston and Steve interns, if they know. Our interns playing this morning, we have intern Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. And Aaron's just learning how to use a microphone.
She's a video chick.
I wasn't thinking about it.
How long have you been here, by the way?
Since August.
Wow. Okay. All right. So she had the microphone backwards. Not quite backwards,
that
but
bad.
pointed the wrong way. Then we have intern Sam. Hello, Sam.
Hi.
Sam, you're one of our, I guess, amongst this crew, one of the newer ones, right? How long have you been here?
Since September.
Since September. All right. Just shortly after Aaron then. And then we have intern Chris, or 11, right?
Yep.
And where did you get the name 11 from?
At the Camp Out for Hunger at the Papa Shot Challenge, I scored 11 points.
That's all he can get.
Which I think is like an all-time low.
Yeah, 11 points.
Stephen Hawking got 13.
And Chris, you played this game last time.
I did.
You did pretty well.
Well, we all stunk.
Yeah.
All the interns stunk. I guess I was the least stinky.
Okay, so and we've done this only once before, and also joined us last time. We have intern Brianna. Hello, Brianna.
Hello.
And how long have you been here?
Since January.
Okay, all right. So you're the newest of the crew.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to try this out. And we're going to see how it goes. I have 8 callers on the line. So here's what we're going to do, guys. Because playing for the Preston and Steve show will be Steve, Casey, Nick, and Kathy. I have the answers here, so I cannot play, and Marissa's in the other room.
For the same reason, Alex Trebek doesn't play Jeopardy.
Exactly. So I'm going to throw out a term. You're going to write it down. We'll give you a few seconds to write it down. Then I'm going to have to ask for an answer, no matter what it is. Okay. All right. Let's go with this one. Butt chugging.
Butt chugging.
Yes.
Butt chugging.
Yes. BUTT. Chugging.
I wrote drinking beer through your gaping anus.
Ah, and you know what? You're correct.
Yes.
Alcohol enema for faster intoxication.
Yes.
That is correct. Nick?
Drinking a beer after it was poured through an ass crack.
Ah, incorrect. So Steve's the only one that got that right. Okay, let's go to our interns, and it's younger. I'm going to give you a word from a previous generation, and let's see if you can figure out what this means. Malarkey.
Malarkey.
Let's go to Aaron, who is going to be playing for listener Fred. Aaron, what do you have for malarkey?
I put bull crap.
Bull crap. Yeah, we'll accept that.
Right.
Yes. It's meaningless talk or nonsense. That is correct. So that means that listener Fred wins Big Short on Blu-ray, I believe.
Yes.
All right, and then let's go to Sam, who's playing for Ed. Sam, what do you have for malarkey?
I also had crap.
All right, yes, we'll go along with that too. Let's see, Chris, what did you have written down?
I put nonsense or crap.
That's it. Yes, absolutely correct.
They're rocking it today.
We'll get a prize for Matt on line 7, and then Brianna. Let's see if we can do a clean sweep. Brianna, what did you say for malarkey?
I'm the only one that got this wrong. I said nickname after a famous actor.
Nickname after a famous actor.
You know, Malarkey?
No. Do you remember an actor named Malarkey?
No, it just kind of sounded like a famous last name. I don't know.
Okay, all right. No, that's incorrect.
Oh, very Malarkey-esque in that performance.
Let's see. We're going to do an acronym, okay?
Okay.
Thought. T-H-O-T.
Oh, I know this one.
Thought. T-H-O-T?
That is correct.
Oh, man.
All caps. T-H-O-T. Thought. Do you guys know what it is?
I didn't
Don't
know
say it.
I didn't know it stood for something.
I do.
Okay, all right. So
I think I know.
A couple of the youngers know
I'm
what
thinking
this is.
through this.
Let's go then to Steve first, and this is for listener James. Steve, what is thought?
Touching horse ovaries tactfully?
No, that is incorrect. Sorry.
Oh, man.
I will not tell you what the answer is until I get a correct answer. That is incorrect. Sorry, James. We got to let you go. Hold on, Casey. All right, so Casey is playing for Alec on line 2. Casey, what is yours? Thought?
Too hot ovaries testicles.
No, sorry. Incorrect. That is wrong. Buzz. Wrong answer. All right.
Preston's like, go camera 2.
Exactly. I'm just going to direct. Kathy, what do you have for thoughts? T-H-O-T.
The hell out there.
The hell out there. You're actually the closest. Yeah, you actually got one word right in that. So that means that Chris does not win. Is that who Kathy was playing for? All right, so for listener John, we go to Nick. Nick, what does thought stand for?
That hoe over there.
He's correct. That
how do you know that?
Over there.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these bay and thought and that kind of nonsense. Yes.
And Chris, did you know that that's what it meant?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. So fair enough. Write this down. Hepcat. H-E-P-C-A-T.
There we go.
That's actually even before our time.
I don't know what that
Our
is.
time. Hepcat.
Hey, good luck with that one.
Look at the look on Brianna's face.
Preston,
Is it like an acronym?
well, we're not going to give you the answer to that. How are you going to
I I
determine?
hate these terms.
Hepcat. Hey, Preston, how about Ovodio Doe?
Yeah, right. We'll throw that one in there too. So it's of the same era. All right, Hepcat. You guys got it written down? All right, let's go to Aaron. You're playing for listener Evan. Aaron?
I know this is wrong. I
an STD test.
No, it is not an STD test.
I wish Hepcat was an STD test.
Sorry, Evan, we got to let you go.
I don't know what it is, and that's what I thought. It sounds like an STD.
All right, let's go to Sam next. Sam, what do you think Hepcat is?
It sounds like a part on a car, like the Hepcat is broken.
That's a good guess, but that's way
Sounds like
off.
hubcap, right?
So sorry, Jay, you don't get anything. Chris is playing for listener Steve. Chris, what's a Hepcat?
I put like a test a nurse would take.
A test a nurse would take. Kind of like the LSAT.
I got a 550 on my Hepcat.
No! Sorry, Steve. All right, and then listener Kim, Brianna is playing for you. Brianna, what do you have as a Hepcat?
I'm sorry, Kim. I said scanner.
A scanner. No, that is incorrect. So, Kim, we got to let you go.
Do you guys know what it is? What a Hepcat is?
I don't know.
It's a cool guy. Cool person. Yeah. He's a Hepcat.
Is a term for jazz and beatnik subculture.
Yeah.
So that's what that means. All right, here's one for you guys. Throwing shade. What does throwing shade mean? What does throwing shade mean?
Insulting or disparaging.
That is absolutely correct. Talk trash about a friend or acquaintance to publicly denounce or disrespect. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you.
Ready, Bell? Q Bell?
Yeah, Q Bell.
I'm the worst.
Kathy, what does throwing shade mean to you?
I just want to say, I wasn't kidding. Like, I heard that, and I wrote down the first thing I thought it meant, and I put sunglasses on.
Oh, my God.
What? That's shades. I thought we were going to nail this.
Sorry, listener Brian, you don't get anything. Nice job, interns. You kicked ass. A new study confirms why we close our eyes when we kiss.
Oh. Do you close your eyes when you kiss?
I do.
Yeah.
Open them occasionally, but no, I don't stand there wide-eyed the whole time.
Your face looks funny this close.
Well, that's why you close your eyes. You can't see, right?
I think so why do you do it?
When it comes to kissing, we close our eyes in order to focus on the physical sensation of kissing. So
It's interesting because my wife and her brothers, a couple of her brothers, will close their eyes when they're eating, when they actually are chewing. Mm-hmm. And that would be in line with this.
Yeah, to take in a little bit more, to cut off
one sense.
One sense you can focus, you can sharpen the other ones a little bit more.
Why do you squint during a handy?
Maybe it hurts and you don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, loosen the
Take the welding glove off.
You don't want to look at him right in the eye.
Sorry about accidentally texting you. I hope this makes up.
But honestly, when something really does taste good, don't you go, oh,
you do.
Close your eyes. I'm a sensual eater.
You are.
Oh, God. Dude,
yesterday you were doing it yesterday with that chicken.
Oh yeah, G-O-Z-O. I know.
Do you on Thanksgiving? Do you stick your head down and lick the stuffing out of the turkey?
Dude, Thanksgiving is a bit of an orgy.
Yeah, oh my God.
For me,
it's very sexual.
It's my favorite. It is my favorite holiday of the year because of the food thing. Last night I had tiramisu ice cream from Brewster's. Oh man, and I was driving and closed my stories for the Bizarre File, and this didn't quite fit the Bizarre File, but I wanted to share this with you guys. There was a public health alert that was issued for meat and poultry products illegally imported in the United States from Myanmar, and the name of the product is Grandma Style. So these are canned food items.
It's supposed to create this sense of, well, grandma's food is always the best.
Well, I looked at the names of the product, and they are asked to immediately throw away, because these have been brought into the country illegally, Grandma-style sardine and tomato sauce.
The way Grandma makes it.
And then it goes on. There's like Grandma-style steamed carp.
Yeah, in many cases, Grandma has dementia.
Grandma carp fish and fermented soybeans.
Moat sauce.
Grandma striped catfish and tomato curry. Anyhow, it goes on. There's a whole list of things.
Sounds
like this.
horrible.
And immediately, the first thing that came to my mind, and I know that there are people that actually eat this, but who eats sardines?
Oh, my dad eats sardines.
Seriously?
Yep.
Like potato chips?
What do you mean?
Meaning like does he put it on anything, or does he just take it out of the can and eat it?
In this case, he'll just take it right out of the can. And Jace's
like a pelican.
We had a conversation about sardines, and Jace's friend goes, "Ew, God, who would ever eat that?" And Jace just looked at him. He goes, "My dad does."
Yeah. Wow. Oh my God.
Do you remember sitting down with your parents to have that sardine talk?
My friend will sit down and eat smelts like that, and smelts, I guess, is like a sardine.
They're smaller, but they're also a fish with the head and the tail and all that on there, and you just eat it whole.
And it smells awful,
dude.
It smells like smelt.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I don't really care for anchovies, but the idea of them is a little bit more tolerable because those are fillets.
They don't look like, you don't eat a chicken, intact.
The head on.
Yeah.
So I just, and how do you eat? What do you eat sardines with? Is it just
regret?
Just
yeah.
My
just
dad,
the fish.
I think.
Okay.
Well, my dad, yes, he would just take it out, but I think
they're incredibly salty, are they not?
I was going to say, I thought he maybe put it on a cracker.
Sardine on a cracker.
All right,
Maybe.
so I'm now remembering when I was in the Grand Canyon last year. We breakfast, lunch, and dinner was served for us as we were camping and all that. But the lunch table had lunch meat. It had
pepperoni.
I can't say peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter, but then they had cans of sardines, and people on the trip were eating them.
Really?
And, yes.
Okay.
I know.
Yes.
They've been around forever, but I agree with that, Preston. I don't think my dad probably would have eaten sardines. He would eat anything.
Okay, so here are the ways typically that you eat sardines: straight out of the can on a cracker, add mustard to the cracker, mix it with mayo, salt, and pepper, which I don't think it needs any more salt. Toss it in a salad and put a few in a pasta dish.
Which is the one that comes on a Caesar salad.
Those are anchovies in
they
the
use
dressing.
anchovies to make the dressing.
Okay.
So that I understand that because there's a saltiness to it. There's a flavor that you're trying to get out of it.
I thought that anchovies were sardines. Is that not?
No.
Oh.
You're thinking of rutabagas.
They're different.
Is an anchovy the name of the fish?
Yes.
Oh.
The specific name.
Man, I'm learning stuff today. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem. It's what we do. I'm going to go to Katie. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Katie?
I had to call in. You guys started talking about sardines. Like Kathy, my dad. Okay, so when I was younger, growing up, when he still had this cat, he had a chocolate Siamese cat, and he would go in the kitchen, crack open a can of sardines, and the cat would come dashing into the kitchen, and they would legit split the can of sardines.
Yeah, you know why? Because sardines are cat food.
Yes.
That's why.
Oh my God.
It's like cracking open a can of Fancy Feast and sharing it with your cat.
It was disgusting. Like, just with his fingers, just eating it and sharing it. I'm like, oh my God.
I mean, the idea of somebody like licking their fingers after they've had it in that gelatinous.
Wasn't that good,
whatever
Mr.
that
Tingles?
Stuff comes. Did you ever try one, Katie?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
The closest thing I've come to sardines is a Caesar salad.
Yeah, and those are anchovies. Yeah, exactly. All right, thank you,
That's
Katie.
not even sardines.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
You talk about pet food, that occasionally. Have you ever tried any of your pet's pet food?
No.
Yeah, well,
you know
just
what?
dog
You
food.
know it's
want
actually
to.
rather tasty.
No.
Dry gravy train.
Oh my God, I can't do it.
No.
Yeah. I will tell you this though. We just bought these biscuits that are very good for digestive system for our dog. And they're little blueberry crackers.
Oh.
And the person that we bought them from, she's wonderful, a physical therapist for dogs. She says some of her clients buy them and eat them for themselves. And I'm like, wow, they're really good.
I'd try a bite of one.
It depends on what that stuff's made of.
Right. Sardines.
Yeah, if it's made of sardines, I'm all in.
Well, it's funny that you should say this about the sardines and like who actually buys them. And if you think about it, like, dude, like all grocery stores are stocked. So all over the world. So like there are people buying them.
Yep.
So I came across this video on Instagram last night. I'm going to play the audio from it. It's just a guy laying in his bed. And he goes, I want to ask a question. And he asked, like, who's buying this? And I was thinking the same exact thing.
All right, here we go.
I just want to know who keeping Almond Joys in business. I just want to know because they not really that good for them still to be going this long and this strong.
What, Almond Joy?
Yeah.
I love Almond Joy.
I love an Almond Joy. When was the last time you bought an Almond Joy?
A while ago, for Halloween.
It's Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah, like for yourself, you bought,
No, I don't go buy the Almond Joy. I don't really buy candy bars. I mean, the last one I bought was probably a Snickers, but
By the way, I'm in the Almond Joy camp as well. I love Almond Joy.
Because you know why? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you bust a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Yeah. I love an Almond Joy too. And the only time I've ever bought an Almond Joy is in those multi-packs of like Halloween candy, where it just ends up that there's a few Almond Joys in there. You know what I mean?
I thought it'd be like a more disgusting food than an Almond Joy.
I get it. This is a little bit different.
I'll tell you something, and we've talked about it before. Pig's knuckles.
Yeah, I used to eat those when I was a kid.
Did you?
I loved pickled pig's feet. It's disgusting to think of now, but I would eat those things right out of the jar.
Really?
All the time.
Yeah,
they're gross. Like the idea of it now
What
to
is the
me
consistency?
is somewhat nauseating. Well, there's a lot of bone in there, and you got to gnaw it off the bone, and it's rubbery. It's very, very briny, extremely briny. No, so I love pickles. I love almost anything that's pickled.
I do love pickles,
but I can't believe I used to eat that. And sometimes you pull it out, and there's this gelatinous stuff on there. If they stayed in the fridge, it was. But I would devour them. But that's the one thing. Normally, my mouth is watering in a bad way right now as I'm talking about this.
Like pre-puke.
But your tastes get more adventurous as you get older, I think. I had an adventurous taste when I was a kid, and I went backwards on the...
You reversed. So for me, that's why steak is so problematic or anything of that nature, because if I get a little bit of gristle, if I get anything, or a piece of chicken, and I get a little piece of the fat or gristle,
that bothers you?
It'll make me puke.
Oh, see, that doesn't bother me at all. On wings, chicken wings and stuff, I will gnaw every little bit off of that. Yeah. Let me go to Rich. Hi, Rich. Good morning.
Good morning, you dumb bitches.
Yeah. What's up, dumb bitch?
I love sardines, but you have to get the skinless, boneless in oil.
Skinless, boneless, and oil. I didn't realize that was a thing.
No.
Yes, they don't have any bones in it. You could put it in a salad. You could eat it with crackers, or it's really good, and there's a lot of protein in it.
All right. So
does it still have the head on it?
No.
Because I've seen people eat those things with the head on it before, and that's just gross.
I can't. Yeah.
Do you like quote unquote fishy tasting stuff? You know, that strong fish flavor?
It really doesn't have a strong fish flavor. It's like any other fish. It's not that bad.
It's funny. This is sort of very subjective because I almost uniformly throughout my life have hated seafood, and now my main protein that I love is salmon. My wife will swear that salmon has a very fishy taste. I don't think it does at all. I think it's on a par with like tuna.
I used to.
Yeah.
I used to think it had a very strong, oily, fishy taste to it. But now, like I had it for dinner last night.
Yeah, so did I.
So I've acclimated somehow or another. Let me go to Cindy. Hi, Cindy. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Cindy?
I just did a 3-day sardine challenge.
What is that?
You only eat sardines for 3 days.
Oh, God.
Why?
No.
That's worse than eating Almond Joy for 3 days in a row.
Yeah, it was
I'd rather not eat for 3 days.
Wait, why? What's with the challenge?
What you do is you eat sardines as much as you want for the 3 days.
An angel gets its wings.
The reason that you do it is it kicks you into ketosis, so that it kicks up your metabolism to burn fat rather than...
You sure you're not talking about halitosis?
No, not halitosis.
Where did you hear about this, Cindy?
It's from Dr. Bosworth. If you can see her on YouTube.
It's like a keto thing, I think.
Okay, so it kicks your body into ketosis if you have nothing but sardines for 3. It sounds a little gimmicky.
Cindy, had you had sardines before that?
No, I did not.
And
it brings down your blood sugar.
All right,
and
so
I have to admit that it does that.
All right, what did you get your blood sugar tested?
I tested at home, yes.
Okay, so tell me about what you thought about the taste.
The taste, the first day was okay because you can mix it with mustard, and it's in oil. You take it out of the oil, and it wasn't so bad. I didn't think it was that fishy. Second day was really hard to get through. Third day was even worse.
Was worse, so it got worse as you went along.
Yeah, because you're just eating sardines.
Only sardines.
Did your blood sugar level drop?
My blood sugar level did drop significantly.
Did your blood sardine level rise?
Did my what rise?
Your blood.
Don't worry about it. Interesting. All right. Thank you, Cindy. Wow. No, I can't imagine.
I don't know. No.
But listen, I've never had them before. I've never had them before. They just look and smell horrible.
Some people get offended if it's their favorite food. It's like, just understand, there's something I eat that you probably hate as well.
So last time we had a similar discussion, and I forgot why we were talking about liverwurst. But my friend Lori brought me a liverwurst sandwich, and I tried it, and it was
Oh, you didn't like it?
Yeah.
How did you have it?
Yeah.
How was it prepared? Was it with mustard?
On rye with onions, because you're supposed to. That's kind of like a traditional way to have it.
Okay.
I don't remember if there was mustard on it or not.
So I never had it with the onions. I would always have it with mustard.
Yeah.
And I told you that for years I was eating bologna thinking it was liverwurst, which I preferred. And now the concept of both makes me gag.
Even bologna?
Yeah, not a bologna fan.
I love bologna.
Are they similar in texture?
No, liverwurst is a little bit creamier, I guess.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
How would you describe the difference between liverwurst and bologna?
Liverwurst consistency is more along of like a firm pate.
Yeah,
if you know that.
Yeah.
It has a earthy taste to it. I didn't care for it. It didn't repulse me, but it certainly wasn't appetizing.
But you will stand for bologna.
I love bologna. I'll stand tall.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
For bologna. Marissa told me that brought me over the menu. There is a place is this in Point Breeze in Philadelphia? It's called the American Sardine Bar.
No.
Yeah, hang on, Marissa.
Casey, they were in here.
They were?
Excuse me?
Like 10 years ago. They brought you the fried peanut butter and banana. What was that sandwich?
It was a like a grilled PB&J.
Yep.
The Elvis Presley sandwich?
Yeah. No.
Was it
Nanners?
There was something
It might
different
have been like
about
a
it.
deep fried like PB&J or something like
okay.
that.
Yes, I remember that.
Wow. Okay.
It's like a corner bar. They have a lot of American food, but one of their specialties is sardines. And when you go in there, there's like sardines on. Besides just a sardine sandwich and a wedge salad and such, there are just like sardines on the menu, a la like oysters. Like you would say, "Hey, can I have 2 of that one and 1 of that one?"
Wow.
All right.
Ew.
And they named it Sardine.
Kathy says,
Ew. You guys all like
it made me puke.
I'm a food critic now.
You guys all like chicken sandwiches, right?
Yeah.
Marissa, see if you can find this. There is this new chicken sandwich joint in New York City. It's not. It's like this guy who was a Michelin 5-star Michelin chef or whatever opened this little sandwich shop. The chicken sandwich looked amazing, but the leg is still attached to it.
Oh, God.
Hang on.
Oh, my God.
What do you mean the leg is still attached to it?
Like, dude, I'm like, I don't know if I could do that. Like, you have this chicken breast.
Like the little foot with the...
Yes.
With the nails?
No, that's stupid.
With the
Besides,
talons.
how do you even?
I don't even know how that's possible.
How is that possible?
Remember
it,
my
Case?
friend flew home from China after only being there less than like 12 hours because there was a chicken foot in her soup and she couldn't handle it?
Well, I'm looking at a picture of this. That's interesting. I don't know what part of a chicken I mean, you have the leg, obviously, of the chicken, but that doesn't look like this is a drumstick.
No.
I don't get this.
I didn't get it either. I was like, did you just shove the leg bone in there?
Maybe
Like-
they do that as a novelty. I
You
don't
think it's
know.
a gimmick?
It might be a gimmick because they also include a picture of the chicken's family.
Yeah, you know what? Because they were showing the preparation press. They have this thing sitting like a brine solution for days, and then they marinate it for a long time before they ever bread it and fry it and everything. And when I was watching them go through the process, I don't recall seeing a leg.
You probably just like leave that on the plate after. You eat the sandwich, right, and then you just.
Would you eat a steak the same way?
No.
No, actually, chicken feet are a delicacy.
Okay.
There is meat on that. And in fact, who was I? Yeah, my friend Will. I was telling him I was going to talk about the sardine thing. He's like, yeah, I knew somebody who liked chicken feet.
Chicken feet.
Yeah. No, thank you. I don't need that. I don't need that in my life.
Don't like it.
Yeah,
My
Marissa?
favorite. Go ahead.
I was watching a Diners, Drives, and Dive-Ins the other day, and they were eating pig's feet. I think I always say it wrong. How do you say it?
Diners, drive-ins, and dives.
That way.
dives.
Yeah. My dyslexia.
Triple D.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a place in Atlantic City that serves it. But I also wanted to say, too, that American Sardine Bar doesn't just serve sardines.
Right.
Lots of
So
other
you,
things on the
you
menu.
do all this food stuff. You go to all these restaurants. Do you ever taste stuff like this?
I think like the most adventure, because I also don't eat meat.
Right.
So,
You're
like,
pescatarian, though, right?
anything fish I'll adventure into.
Yeah.
I've had like alligator, but alligator is too chickeny for me.
Isn't that funny? The biggest insult to an alligator would say, you're
like a chicken.
You're just a chicken, bitch.
But like So I will say the guy on my podcast, his name is Dave. He loves this stuff. Like he eats the wildest creations.
Yeah. I don't know. The best chicken sandwich I've ever had, Case, is the Hip City veg chicken sandwich. It has no chicken.
That's not chicken.
That's not chicken.
Nope.
Okay. Have you guys ever had shark jerky? I just saw a sign for shark jerky. I didn't know that was actually a thing.
No. Shark jerky?
Yeah.
No.
So shark meat, and then they dry it out
and make it into jerky.
Yeah.
Okay. I know.
I've never had it.
I just said it because Nick will. He's pretty adventurous with anything and everything, and you've had all kinds of different jerkies, right?
And I've had all kinds of different fish, but I don't think I've ever tried shark. I've had swordfish. I like that, although it doesn't do a ton for me.
My years ago, my father brought home swordfish steaks, prepared them on the, I guess, barbecue or however you prepare them.
Oh, you got to go light on that.
Yeah, and so I watched him give a piece to our Great Dane, and the Great Dane vomited.
Oh,
and I said, I don't think I'm having that, Daddy. I don't think I want that, Daddy.
That's a type of fish, Steve, that you cannot grill it for very long, or it'll go. You'll overcook it real quickly.
Do people eat giraffe?
We got to start a new segment with Casey.
Do people eat?
I assume that at some point somebody's taken a little nibble on a giraffe.
A giraffe steak.
Yeah.
You know, do people eat giraffe neck? You know?
They're not widely eaten, although unfortunately there are now some people that will eat giraffe.
Okay.
Nice.
I'll have a table giraffe.
Did you say nice? Are you just like psyched about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He feels that they're getting off too easy. Yeah.
Awesome.
Your time has come, giraffes.
What would you like to eat?
Penguin.
What animal? A penguin was brought up before. Yep.
Bear.
You'd like to try some bear.
You've seen the movie The Freshman?
Oh, yeah.
There's an exotic
The Diners Club.
meat club, basically, where they serve all sorts of
endangered
species.
Okay.
And they pay like $1 million.
Yeah, and it turns out
the meal.
I'm going to give it away because it's been out for years. They're faking the meat.
It was turkey and tigerfish mixed together.
See, I wouldn't eat gorilla or monkey because that's too close to human.
Okay.
And a giraffe is?
Would you ever try human if somebody offered it up?
No.
Oh.
Do you remember the footage of that reporter who got with it was with a cannibal, tribe of cannibals, and they gave him
flesh?
Yeah, and he had it.
Okay.
I think like all of the things that you're saying, like Marissa mentioned alligator, Casey just mentioned bear, like it kind of like I started to sweat. It makes me nauseous. I think I would be a vegetarian if I wouldn't die. Like I literally eat chicken and eggs because I think I would starve to death if I didn't.
So again, for years, the notion of that is always great, but it's like a lot of the vegetarian food tasted like crap.
Well, and
now they do. The stuff is so damn good.
Yeah, but I don't like all that like chemical nonsense in it.
No,
I don't even know what I'm
yeah.
eating. And Steve, half of the vegetables I'm allergic to.
It's
I can't eat
true.
them.
You're screwed.
I have had horse meat before.
Okay, you did that in Sweden, right?
I did, yes.
What'd you think?
It was like lunch meat.
Yeah.
So it was heavily cured. It had a lot of it was greasy.
Tasted like zebra, right?
It's a lot like similar to zebra.
Did you feel that for a while that what you were experiencing is what Matthew Broderick experiences often when he's
no, because he's married to Sarah Jessica Parker. No.
Oh, and we're back.
And we're back to 6 o'clock this morning. But would you ever have horse?
Of course. No, I don't think I would.
Why not?
They're so cute.
Well, not where there's a nice,
but aren't
meaty
giraffes
giraffe walking around.
Cute too.
Yeah, he was like nice.
Yeah, I just said nice. That was for other people, for the giraffe meat lovers.
Giraffe eaters.
Good for them.
You don't
There's
think
the giraffe eater special at Arby's.
Is a horse better looking than a cow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Dude,
why.
I love me a cow.
Yeah, cows are pretty cute. Like mini cows are really, really
Mini
cute.
cows.
Yeah.
We got him in the
How about
studio.
How about our cow account that we follow? The guy that brings his cow into his house and has lunch with him.
That guy's great.
Dude, it's so awesome.
So awesome.
Marissa.
I'm trying to think what's adventurous because I'll eat like oysters by the dozen. I know you guys don't.
Do not like them.
I like them.
Dr. Mike got me to try it, and I would do that for Dr. Mike.
Have you guys ever had a razor clam?
No. Mm-mm.
A razor clam, like think of a clam, but it's like beefier and it's like 6 or 8 inches long.
Okay. We're looking at a picture of them right now.
No.
I don't know. Are they good?
Yeah, they're delicious. They're
Okay.
on like a long, thin shell. But I feel like it's in this world. It's like one of those fish things that freaks people out.
I'd have to try it because clams outside of little necks, when just eating them, straight steamed or whatever, I don't like the bigger ones, the cherry stones and stuff. They are
They're too rubbery?
Their
Yeah.
consistency is they're hard to chew.
Uh-huh.
Are these
Speaking of clams.
are these tender?
It depends how they're prepared.
Okay.
Like if they're prepared well, you can like bite it in the middle, or you have to shove the whole thing in your mouth.
I don't like it.
They're good though. Milo.
It's a sea snot.
Milo
You don't
and
like
Ritz.
clams at all, Steve?
No.
Okay.
No.
Clam chowder?
I can do that.
I can do a little clam chowder.
Ooh, you know what? Clams Casino I can do, and the Lobster House at the little fish market. You get the clam. You can get like a dozen of those for like $9.
You know, I
Yeah.
don't like crab, eating regular crabs, but crab cakes.
Okay.
I'm
Right.
down. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything with the word cake in it.
All right. Well,
Giraffe cakes are delicious.
people do apparently eat sardines. That's what I literally wrote down on this piece of paper. Who the F eats sardines? And
There's a lot, apparently.
and other gross stuff.
Do you
but-
think Joe's sell sardines?
Cho's?
Joe's?
I don't think so.
No, I bet you they do.
Who wants to? Can we
They
send
have
someone down?
chunky soup and stuff like that down there.
I've
By the way,
been-
we had somebody who was on hold and we couldn't go to them. They were from England and they said they like to eat sardines and toast for breakfast.
Okay.
Ugh.
Disgusting.
Do you know what I love?
What?
You ever have salmon toast?
From like an Asian restaurant?
I don't know if that's my first time really taking a jump into it is the Landing, the Nick Elmy restaurant down here, and I guess it's smoked case. Is that? Yeah, but it is sensational. Yeah.
Oh, it's Nick Elmy, so it's definitely
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah,
right. All right. Anyway, well, thank you for the calls. We do appreciate it and enlightening us on those who actually like and will consume sardines. I would like to give it. We have a chance to actually have some whole roasted pig and some soyu shrimp skewers and pineapple and spam fried rice.
Can we throw in some giraffe kebabs
and Hawaiian coleslaw? Because I have these wristbands to give away for tonight's Who's Luau party.
Yeah,
it's the Who's Luau event at Valley Beach. And at Valley Forge Casino Resort. And if you are caller number 22 right now, I'll give you two of these wristbands, and you get a $25, you'll each get a $25 gift card and a Valley Forge Casino.
I had a mouthful of water that almost ended up all over the studio.
I slightly burped as I was speaking. A Valley Forge Casino Resort cooler backpack. So it's tonight, by the way, at 6 o'clock. Starts at 6. So make sure you join us. Live entertainment from Paradise Island Entertainment Group. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. And some bizarre file stories are on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I'm actually salivating a little bit.
But it is.
Did you hear
it's
it?
sexual, right? I mean, it is. I was having roasted vaginas and boob soup last night.
Oh.
And I'm like, this is very sexual.
Boob soup. Hey, Preston, I thought I don't normally suffer from this where you get annoyed at people eating and the sounds of it. But on Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday last week, I was going to jump across the table
Who was
and
the
strangle
culprit?
you.
Me?
It was Preston, yeah.
Really?
With those soy crisps. Every single one, you were like, you put it in your mouth and it's
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
First bite is always super loud.
But how else are you going to eat them?
I know.
No, it is. But I know what Casey's
And I eat one
talking
at a
about.
time.
I know what Casey's talking
Was your
about.
mouth closed?
Yeah.
Then you can't suppress the crunch.
I don't. Well, that's a good ad. That's a good ad slogan. You can't suppress the crunch. How did you guys fare in Lent anyway? Is it done? Are you done? You finished?
I actually did great. I'm very proud of myself for how I did. I gave up chocolate,
and
I still haven't had it. Although technically, yesterday I was allowed to have chocolate.
Why? Why yesterday?
Because it's after the Holy,
crucifixion.
The Holy Thursday vigil. You're allowed to.
Did you do Sundays?
No.
So you haven't
all right,
had it.
So technically, all right. So I didn't do Sundays, but I did. All right. So hear me out here. Okay. I bought Skinny Cow ice cream cones, and the kind that I bought it on the box, because everything Skinny Cow had was chocolate based, except for these one ice cream cones. It was an ice cream cone, vanilla ice cream with caramel drizzle. All right. what I didn't know was that the cone was laced in chocolate.
I'm seeing a whole new business here, Preston. Relent lawyers who can argue your case.
Yes, but luckily
it is. There's
Dear Father, my client was unaware that the drizzle was in fact chocolate on the box, and I want to enter into Exhibit A. It says caramel.
It is though. It's always like you always have to have. There's always a reason. Like, well, here's why.
Yeah, heavenly lawyer.
Let lawyers.
Your Honor, Kathy gave up processed foods. Was unaware that this is a new process. She was absolutely in a state of dementia when it occurred.
But I mean, luckily, when I had my first Skinny Cow, it was on a Sunday, and I'm like, okay, all right, I get away with this one. But I was mad because nowhere on the box did it say that there was chocolate.
My client was in a car with a whole bunch of children heading to Menchie's, and when you're, by my reckoning, when you're having to, but this and I couldn't. The light was dim in the room.
Look, you tried.
You have to give me some credit.
I give you credit. I give you all the credit.
I read the boxes.
I give you all the credit. Now, did you, after taking that one bite and you realized it was chocolate, then you throw it away and get rid of it?
No, it was on Sunday, so I got away with it.
Oh, okay. The whole thing. You can't throw it away after you start eating it.
Thank you, Kathy.
You probably did better than
Kathy
I did.
will represent you.
Yes. I'd like to call Kathy Romano as a hostile witness. If the soul doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yesterday, we had a conversation with our assistant program director, Chuck D'Amico. Where is he? Is he in here?
Let's get him down here, Chuck, if you're in the listening area.
He had told us this before the break, that there are several foods that through his life he had never even tasted. That not only does he not eat these foods, he has never tasted. And these are not, like you said earlier, Steve, escargot. This is not foie gras. These are not these exotic things.
It's the never tasted thing that blew us away. Yeah. I could see I don't eat it because I taste it, I don't like it. And as I've said many times, to put this in perspective, and I use this because I think it's effective for you to understand, these are foods that if you were to walk around during the day with your mouth open, probably would end up in your mouth anyway.
Yeah.
So you almost have to actively avoid ever tasting a lot of these foods.
So apparently I'm going to try a whole ton of food that I've never even tried in my life. I'm not all that interested in food. And when I am interested in food, when I am hungry, I want to eat something I'm comfortable with, something I know. So I get what I know, I get what I like, and I move on. And then a lot of stuff I've never tried because of the way it looks, the way the texture looks like it would feel in my mouth. They're shocked and mad at me for some reason that I haven't had a strawberry. Or they go, you know what, I'm just like you. I'm just not interested in wasting any time or money on something I haven't had before, because the risk of not liking it, like I said, I just go with what I know and what I like.
I think Chuck is a little nervous about this. I mean, he's gone 43 years without ever sampling any of these items, and now we're going to make this happen. I think melon has a very mild flavor to it.
Let's go with the...
Fine, show me a melon.
Let's go honeydew.
All right, he's saying cantaloupe. Jay's saying cantaloupe.
Is this cantaloupe?
Cantaloupe is outstanding. All right, Chuck is now eating cantaloupe. First time ever.
Cantaloupe.
It's juicy.
What do you think?
It's good.
It's good. And you've never tried it.
That's pretty good.
All right. I know you want to eat
mine.
Isn't
One
that
down.
good?
There we go. Good.
Cantaloupe is outstanding. Now, you want to try something completely different and have a cucumber?
Just stay away from the hair and fur and all that stuff.
Go. All right, cucumber.
No, we're gonna get to the hair and fur. Cucumber, he hasn't had it yet.
This is very
eat the whole
mild.
thing or bite?
Bite half of it.
No, it's very mild. There's virtually no flavor to it.
I don't trust a thing you say.
Just take it's extremely mild. It's great.
But I could use a cucumber.
I love cucumbers. All right, so Chuck is sampling the cucumber.
Seeds in it.
Yep, but they're edible.
You don't like seeds, right?
No.
All right.
You can get what's called an English cucumber that doesn't have any seeds in it at all.
Got a funny accent.
And socialized medicine.
Yeah. What do you think of the cucumber?
Tastes like nothing.
Yeah,
you know what's
right?
great? A little salt on it, man.
Ugh.
Outstanding. We need
salt.
You know what you do? You
cucumbers?
put a piece of cantaloupe on each side of it, and it tastes great.
He's never had a strawberry.
All right, this to me is one of the holy grails. Now, are these in season? Because
from Florida.
Okay, when they're in season, they're sweet and they're wonderful.
Get one of the really red ones.
Really red.
That means more juicy.
They're
This
both.
has green on the end. Is that
Like
okay?
a used feminine napkin.
See, this scares me.
Don't use that one.
Cut the tip off of the green.
You
Pick a
circumcised.
different
Just
one.
get
How about
another
that? Pick a different one.
That's better.
All right.
Now just take a bite of it.
No,
small
those
bite.
are seeds, right? Are they hard?
No.
Those little seeds?
No.
Seeds?
Well, they might be to you, but most
He's nervous about the strawberry.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
Just stick the whole thing in your mouth.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
It's so good. They're one of my favorite.
That's my
fruits.
first album. Yeah,
Go ahead. All right, he's doing it first time ever.
He doesn't like it already.
He touched it. He touched it to his lips and said he didn't like it.
Bite it.
I don't like the feel of it.
Shut up and bite it.
Put the whole thing in your mouth. Just do it.
Just do it. Go.
Go.
Go, 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 go. All right, he's chewing on it.
Bits in it. It has little bits in it.
Just chew it up.
He doesn't like it.
No, it's like sand.
It's like sand.
It's a strawberry.
Oh, dude.
No, because of the texture, huh?
No, the sandy bits.
Quick question. The sandy texture of it overrides whatever pleasant taste it might have.
They're like little crunch. They feel like bugs or something.
So the question is, does the sandy texture override the taste of it?
It ruins it. It ruins
If
it.
these are odd.
Yeah, I'll give it.
Strawberries.
It was juicy and tasty, but when you find those little...
Do you like a Nestle Crunch bar?
Yeah.
Think of those as like crunches in a Nestle Crunch.
Well,
now finish it.
We have
Try mango.
Let's do mango.
So that's not the same as that other yellow?
Here, wait, hold on. Let me, because
Usually orange is more ripe.
here, yeah, do this piece right there.
Okay.
That's all right. Okay, go ahead.
So what is this again?
This is mango.
Mango.
You've heard of this before, right?
He's like a little kid. He touches it to his lips.
He's shaking. Now that is a fantastic fruit.
It's like tangy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tropical.
Yeah, it's not so bad because
it's citrus.
No seeds or crunchy bits.
Do you want to do raspberries? Because they have what Chuck says is fur on them.
He won't like them, but let's have him try it. And they're loaded with seeds, too.
Oh, man. Oh, no way.
You can see little pubic hairs on them, right?
I would think they're bad.
And little bits of raspberry often end up stuck in your teeth, Chuck. You're not going
These
to
look dirty or something.
No, it's actually good.
Try just a tiny
one?
Yeah, I just ate one. Yeah,
tiny little bit of one.
Just like a small
By
bite.
the way,
No, put the whole thing in your mouth.
By the way,
Put it all-
raspberries with chocolate, fantastic.
All right, listen. I'm earning my pay here.
Yeah, you are.
I mean,
come on.
All right.
I don't think you're going to like it, but go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, it's in his mouth.
That is disgusting.
All right.
They're going to spit it out?
He spit it out.
Raspberry earns the distinction of the first
I don't know, what
fruits
is that?
being spat out.
That's terrible.
Wait, we didn't do blackberries yet. You want to do a blackberry?
So is it better, worse than raspberry seed?
You're not going to like it.
You're not going to like it because of the texture.
Similar
Because of
to
the seeds.
Yeah.
Go.
Just to say you've tried one, okay?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this. We're not expecting you to like everything.
We don't even
Tried
understand.
it.
Preston, you would agree. We don't even understand why we're so fascinated with this. But it's to just never have tried one.
What do you think?
Terrible.
Yeah.
All right.
He's like a 5-year-old kid.
But now you know.
He's spitting it out. He's spitting it out.
Now you know.
So raspberry and blackberry he hates.
All right, Casey wants you to try grapefruit.
Here's the thing, though. I think he should do the kiwi first
We're
because the
gonna do-
grapefruit is so flavorful and citrusy.
It doesn't matter.
No?
If
Okay.
he cleanses the palate.
All right, go ahead.
Casey's been biting at the
Isn't
bit.
grapefruit like dangerous?
No.
If it has a hand grenade attached
There's
to
like
it.
medical commercials that tell you if you're eating grapefruit, you can't take
No,
this medicine. How do you eat that?
Yeah.
You can eat it like an orange. It's an appetite suppressant.
Excuse me.
I was eating lots of them
Sorry.
before the prostate cancer. So
right before?
You're terrible.
Grapefruit. All right, go for it.
Cheers.
Cheers. Both of them sucking on a grapefruit. Chuck's waiting for Casey to do it first. Go ahead, Chuck. I don't care for grapefruit unless it's got sugar on it. Yeah, right? Yeah, Chuck doesn't like that at all.
I knew it.
Like
He looked like a kid that had had lemon in his mouth for the
I've
first
never
time.
liked grapefruit, and I agree with you, Preston.
Throw it
It's
away.
only good if you have sugar on it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Isn't that nasty? And people eat them like crazy.
I know. All right.
I hate you.
What's up next?
You're going to need to wash your mouth out.
Yeah,
That's terrible. Oh,
Have some cantaloupe. You like
take,
that.
Take some water right there.
Have a bite of cantaloupe. That actually would be a good cleanser.
Yeah, it is.
Ugh, that's terrible.
All right, so we're going to do the kiwi next, and then we're going to do red grapes.
Kiwi, here we go.
Here it is. Pop it in. Should be very tender.
Very
Like a love song.
All right.
the bits in it, man.
So you have a thing with the bits.
The taste is okay. Strong, very strong.
Yeah.
All right.
But those little crunchies, you don't like.
You actually.
It's like, Jimmy's on ice cream or something.
Will you eat something with poppy seeds on it?
Yeah, everything bagel.
Or sesame seeds and stuff like that?
Sesame seeds I like, yeah.
Think of it like that. You know? I mean,
can't.
these seeds don't really have any flavor. They're just
part of the texture.
I could think it's filet mignon, but it's still bitty and crunchy in my
Let me
teeth.
ask
like
you
an
this.
everything bagel.
Would you eat popped white heads off someone's scrotum?
Grapes and then pineapple.
Hold on.
Red grapes. He's had green grapes.
Okay. Grape. Yep.
Okay.
Grape.
Red grape.
Seedless?
Should be.
Good.
Yeah, right? Good. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Bonus.
Another one.
Thumbs up. All right. He's having
He's
another
having another one.
How about that? That's going to be your latest snack food.
Accepting red grapes. The pineapple.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by The Bagster.
The Bagster.
You can buy yours now at any home improvement store. Just $29.99. You fill it up. They pick it up on your schedule. And The Bagster is a dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. We'll start with this. In Florida, a 55-year-old man is facing a felony charge in South Florida for a bizarre impersonation scheme that left pizza customers getting a raw deal. Police said that he ran an elaborate scheme to defraud tourists staying in the hotels of Miami Springs by pretending to be a well-known local pizza parlor.
He pretended to be a well-known pizza parlor?
Yeah, so customers who thought they were ordering pies from Roman's Pizzeria were instead getting subpar slices from Jose Marti Alvarez.
There was giraffe meat on it.
Marti Alvarez distributed fake pizza flyers to hotel rooms, misleading visitors. Jesus Roman, the proprietor of the real Roman's Pizzeria, who had been cooking up pies for 4 decades, said that Marti Alvarez's pizzas were bad, uncooked. Sometimes they were sent in boxes with pieces of raw dough, or they would send in just a box with a piece of raw dough in it.
Oh, my God.
He said they just gave it to them, and by the time they realized what it was, they were gone.
So they were ripping off the name and then ripping off the people.
Exactly. Police said the fraud had been ongoing for several years and has caused significant hardships for the real Romans, including complaints to the Better Business Bureau, negative reviews, and upset customers.
Same thing happened with that restaurant, McDowell's.
After Roman went to police, officers arrested Marti Alvarez on a charge of organized scheme to defraud and booked him into jail early Monday morning.
Yeah, I wonder how often that happens, where someone, you know, takes a beloved
name
establishment like that, co-ops it.
And now, it kind of goes around and papers the area and gets business from it. It's a good question. The mayor of Thompson, Georgia, his name is Benjamin Carey Cranford, has been charged with felonies after allegedly placing a bottle of gin in a ditch for state prison inmates to find.
Oh, my God.
Mayor! The charges stem from a situation on June 3rd when Cranford bought a bottle of Seagram's extra dry gin and left it in a ditch along Cobham Road where a state prisoner work crew would pass.
I bet the prisoners were thirsty.
He was booked into the county jail, later released on $5,000 bail.
Bet you no one left him a bottle of booze.
Pending a panel's review of the incident, Cranford could be suspended from office. I've never heard of anything like that before.
Left him sardines.
Yeah, what I've heard is people who've gone to concert grounds, like festival concert grounds, weeks before the concert, bury alcohol inside the concert grounds, and then they have that waiting for them.
I never thought of that, but that does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Do they look for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, wait.
Security?
I don't know.
And then you've got yourself a little treasure hunt when you get there, too. That's actually kind of
That is kind of great. Yeah.
Okay. A postcard finally arrived at its destination 120 years after it was originally sent. This is crazy.
Oh, my God.
The Swansea Building Society in Wales announced that the postcard, dated August 3rd, 1903, was delivered to their location last Friday. It was an address that was once housed Lydia Davis, to whom the postcard was addressed. Henry Darby, the bake's marketing communications officer, expressed his amazement by saying the address is correct. We are still at 11 and 12 Craddock Street, but it's 120 years later than expected.
It was their easy pass.
He said it's wild, actually, a little bit spooky. The stamp itself is King Edward, so he was king from 1901 until 1910.
Wow.
And you could tell straight away that the handwriting and the way it speaks, it says, "Dearest, I could not," and it was very much of the time, he said. Although much of the postcard's content has faded, the mystery of its delayed delivery.
I dream of thrusting my fingers up your petticoat.
Oh, my God. The mystery of its delayed delivery intrigued many. A Royal Mail spokeswoman speculated it is likely that the postcard was put back into our system rather than being lost in the post for over a century. When an item is in our system, we are under obligation to deliver it to the correct address. The exact reasons behind the postcard's late arrival remain unclear. I've never heard of anything like that before.
It shows you that the mail will eventually arrive.
120 years later. Wow. A man was hospitalized with a possible broken jaw in Providence early Tuesday morning. This is in Rhode Island. According to police, listen to this. The victim said he had been dragged out of a bar in the city and beaten up over his song selection in a jukebox.
Oh.
Well, what did he pick?
Was it Kokomo?
In the story, it does not give the song. I know.
Who plays We've Got Tonight?
Don't you? I mean, we all want to know this, right?
Yeah.
Police responded for a report of an assault shortly after 1 a.m. The victim, a male in his 40s, told police he had been at Deadbeat's Bar.
Sounds good.
Yeah, when three men started a fight with him.
We're taking you outside.
Over a song he
I wanted to hear Kokomo.
On the jukebox. They dragged him out by his ponytail. According to the victim, the suspects dragged him outside and began assaulting him. Police,
Over a music selection.
Police said they observed a cut on the victim's chin that was still bleeding and severe swelling on the side of his face. The victim was taken by rescue to Rhode Island Hospital for his injuries. That's just
kind of brutal.
Messed up. Yep. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Let's end with this one. American Ian Robb was on his way to glory as he entered the quarterfinals of the Pokemon World Championship. His good luck continued as he defeated Chile's Fernando Cifuentes, but that all changed when Rob was disqualified for giving Cifuentes the win. It seems that the camera caught Rob dishing out a rude gesture to someone off camera, and that fell under the unsportsmanlike conduct part of the rule book.
This is very unlike Pokemon.
And Rob was booted.
Oh, wow, very, very strict.
As for the gesture, one commenter took issue with the decision, saying Rob was, quote, clearly mimicking rolling dice so you can get the visual. I don't get it.
So like
this.
Yeah, that's what it was.
All right.
Wow.
Cifuentes ended up winning the tournament and took home a $50,000 grand prize. So
that's pretty good.
Wasn't an itty bitty.
Yeah.
And the other guy was disqualified. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We're going to take another break. We're going to come back in a second. We will ask you today's lesson question. We will see if you've been paying attention. We also have trash and music news on the way shortly, so stay put. We'll be back in moments.
Preston and Steve.
Chuck were from a can when I was growing up, and I hated them. Once I had fresh pineapple, the world opened up to me.
This is the sweetest fruit that you could possibly try.
All right.
It is so good. Love pineapple. First time ever trying it. Very juicy. It's running down his... What do you think of that, Chuck?
Beard.
Come on, man.
That's good. Real good.
Yeah, isn't that real good? Yeah, it's okay. You've been letting these things get by you in life.
All right.
Never, ever had pineapple before. Fantastic. And he likes it.
And
Like
never
it a
have
lot.
the canned. You always have to have fresh because the can, they put a syrup in it that just F's it up. Natural, fresh pineapple is glorious. All right.
Really good. You changed my life.
In summation, cantaloupe, pineapple, grapes, mango, you liked.
Cucumber was good.
Cucumber was good. These are things he's never, ever, ever had before.
Right, and I was right the whole time about the bits in the hair.
Bits in hair, F you
That's
up.
his thing.
So he doesn't like berries. And that's pretty much it. Berry and kiwi.
And kiwi.
Yeah. Oh, nice job.
USA! USA! USA!
Lindsay, we haven't talked about her in a while.
Yeah.
Lindsay Lohan is on the verge of turning 30.
30. 30, right?
Yep. Can you imagine waking up, no makeup, it's got actually smeared makeup, hair all kind of crazy. Ha!
Where are my cigarettes?
But she's reflecting back on her past mistakes as well as looking ahead to the future. She discusses her ambitions and failures in a new interview with Vanity Fair. She says of her...
Life is like a chicken finger. Chicken in the center, surrounded by finger.
life is like that?
Yeah, exactly.
How is life like that?
Exactly
just
like
is.
it.
She says,
Point taken.
of her checkered past, I wouldn't call things regrets per se. I can't turn back time, but if I could, I would have listened more to my mother and gone back home to New York earlier in life and chosen my friends more wisely.
Regrets? I've had a few, but still too few to mention.
Lindsay also, but you did it your way.
I did it my way.
Yeah.
To me, life, if I may, was like a huge chicken finger.
All right, Lindsay also looks ahead to her
with multiple dipping sauces.
to her milestone birthday on July 2nd, saying, age is only a number, right?
No.
No? I have learned a lot over time. I'm in a wonderful place in life and look forward to the near and far future and projects that I'm working on.
Something's going on with Lindsay's face these days. It looks as if she's perpetually smelling poop.
That's the way I feel. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but about Cersei Lannister on Game of Thrones. Her nostrils are always kind of flared, and the corners of her lips are kind of up a little bit. Like,
did someone defecate?
Or did you?
Someone. Everyone, check your trousers.
Eyes open wide, nostrils flared. All right. Anyhow,
the distinct odor of fecal matter.
She said that I'm grateful that I have a voice, which I can now feel comfortable using as a platform to let people know that we all have our ups and downs in life.
Check your trousers.
And we can all come up from the downs if we get in touch with our inner self and spiritual side.
Hey, I'm happy if she's turned it around. She's got that Russian boyfriend, right? The multimillionaire boyfriend?
Yeah, Igor Tarabazov. And that's what? Stravinsky.
This is my woman.
She
loves chicken fingers.
She also says of her future plans of making more films, writing my books, starting my charity, working with children a lot, maybe having some of my own soon after I get some movies done first. She seems to be course corrected and getting her life together. I don't know what that means as far as her career goes, though.
I don't think it's going to be where it could have been, but maybe that's the best thing for her. Maybe getting back into that lifestyle would be detrimental.
Yeah. She could pull a Robert Downey Jr.
She could play Iron Man.
I don't know if she could play Iron Man, but
I can't fit the chicken fingers through this opening. There's an 800-pound gorilla in the room. How do I get chicken fingers through this thing?
Tell Jarvis to open the hatch. And it will. And
you're a disaster.
The face mask will actually.
Jarvis closes and I sell chicken fingers.
Will open, and then you can eat your chicken fingers.
There's a Popeyes on Route 1.
Maybe a little underdone. Let me kick him up a little bit. Just like I like him.
You heating them up?
Let me get that for you. They're a little cold. Just like I like them.
No, what I'm saying is she might be able to turn her acting career around. She's not as talented as Robert. Even when Robert Downey Jr. was younger, even in those like Weird Science and Back to School, stuff like that, you could tell he had acting chops. So.
It's hard for her, though, because the party lifestyle left a mark on her appearance. And,
Yes,
and it's harder for women in general. And then when they mess up their appearance like she has over the last, 10 years or so, it's going to be an interesting thing to see where she goes next.
Nick, I clearly remember we did it. We did a Dirty Old Man screening of Mean Girls.
Yep.
Well, we called it. We had us, a whole bunch of guys.
We called it the Dirty Old Man Matinee. And we went to a matinee showing of we took a bunch of guys to a matinee showing of
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls. When she turned 18. Oh my God.
How pathetic.
Hey Lindsay, can you warm up this burrito for me here?
No problem. Stand back. Jarvis, hit it.
Hikaru Sulu.
Yes.
Is revealed to be gay in the upcoming Star Trek Beyond movie. Sulu never had any romantic partners on the original series, but it was eventually revealed that he did have a daughter who was a character in the 1994 movie Star Trek Generations.
And Spock's going to be a plushie, Preston.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you need to do something to that guy.
I find it very comforting around my testicles to feel the soft, stuffed quality.
It is a logical sensation.
Yes.
It arouses me in a very primal way. The Ponfar is kicked in. I must return to my home planet and bang a teddy bear. They should give everyone something. Everyone should have something, right?
I agree. I mean, after all,
Dr. McCoy's into hot Carls.
I mean, Kirk's a total perv. He'll bang anything.
After all,
Kirk is crawling with disease.
The show itself was meant to show diversity in the future.
Gene Roddenberry's saying infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
Yeah, all across. And then eventually when it got to the next generation, it got outside of the United States. It got, diversity in different alien species and so forth with, Worf on the deck and so forth.
What you dip your wick in, as they say.
God, what would Worf do? What would his perversion
be? This is going to be good. Here, put the saran wrap over your face.
He's the hot Carl fanatic. God, imagine what would come out of that.
Klingon hot Carl?
Oh, my God.
Forget it.
It'd be corrosive.
Oh, my God. It'd be like
burn through your skin.
Like the blood in Alien.
A hot Worf.
Yeah, a hot Worf.
By the way, I think I can safely say that the words Klingon hot Carl have never been said by anyone in humanity before.
I'm sorry. It melted your face. Captain, may I speak with you for a second? What is it, Wolf? I just did a Klingon sexual act and melted my partner's face. How many times have I warned you about the hot Carl?
Hot Worf.
It was not meant for your species.
Oh, my God.
There is no saran wrap that contained my fecal matter. Woo! But in the long run, though, I think this is it's a great way to pay tribute to
George Takei.
George Takei, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's the first LGBT character to be on this after 10, the President Steve Show. On a beautiful day here, 78 degrees, our high temperature. I know we banged it to death, but the Who's Luau tonight, we're so excited that the weather has cooperated as wonderfully as it is today, because we've had events there in the past where it's always been fun, but I mean sweltering heat.
Oh yeah, and when
we've dealt with,
we're planning this, Preston. It was amidst all those 98, okay, we get to have this break.
Yep.
Is like God wants this luau to take place.
Yep. So we're excited to see it tonight. It starts at 6:00. All right. We're gonna give away a lesson question prize. We have a pair of tickets to see Kevin Hart, the Act My Age tour, which is going to be Thursday, December 5th at the Met. And the question, Nick, I'm going off the board for your questions because I need someone to say this to me. What is Steve's big slogan for lima beans? 215-263. WMMR. It just cracked me up. All right, let's see if you know Steve's slogan for lima beans. 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve, while we're waiting for that call, let's find out what you got. What's up this morning?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, TMZ reporting that Joey Lawrence and Samantha Cope are separating after 2 years of marriage. Lawrence says he totally knows how Ben Affleck feels, just $200 million less. Tom Brady has revealed the one great regret he has from his NFL career. The 46-year-old legend says he once walked in on Rob Gronkowski taking an enema. That was it.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Anya Taylor-Joy returning to Netflix with a new series in the works. The 28-year-old actress who broke out with the chess-based series The Queen's Gambit, signing on to star in Gulp, the Hungry Hippos Maneuver. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if somebody knows the answer to today's lesson question, which is what's Steve's slogan for lima beans? We're going to go to Toby. Toby! Online. Thank you for that, Casey. All right, Toby, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, Toby, what is Steve's winning slogan for lima beans?
I love lima beans.
Yes. Absolutely correct. Hang on, Toby. You got yourself tickets to see Mr. Kevin Hart. Acting My Age Tour, Thursday, December 5th. That's at the Met in Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. Music news brought to you this morning by Rita's. Head over to Rita's and you can try the new Nerds Grape Ice. Try it in a gelati topped with new Rainbow Baby Nerds or mixed into a gelati blender drink. Be cool, eat a Rita's. Bruce Springsteen played Philadelphia last night. Yeah. And the weather was wonderful for that as well. Clocked in at 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Okay, so the record had been, 4 hours and 6 minutes? Or
like an
something?
hour longer than
Yeah.
that. And but he pulled off 30 songs, which is a chunky set.
The set list was in the Inquirer today, and it's, sometimes, Preston, you'll see a set list, and it's just, you can scan it in one shot. You actually have to scroll.
So I'm going to read the whole list here. So he opened with Atlantic City, which is pretty cool. Although it's a pretty down-tempo song.
It is for an opening song.
Yeah. Then he had Lonesome Day, Night, No Surrender, Ghost, Working on the Highway, Promised Land, Spirit in the Night, Hungry Heart, Youngstown, Long Walk Home, The E Street Shuffle, Night Shift, Streets of Philadelphia.
Good song.
Racing in the Street, Last Man Standing, Backstreets, Because the Night, She's the One, Wrecking Ball, The Rising, Badlands, Thunder Road, and wrapped essentially the concert with that, then came back for the encore. And here's where the big hits come out. Born to Run, Rosalita.
Yeah.
Bobby Jean, Dancing in the Dark, 10th Avenue Freeze Out, Twist and Shout, and then did a second encore with I'll See You in My Dreams.
Does he, I've actually never seen him, but does Jungle Land end up in the repertoire? Often, or is it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You would think so.
Right?
I mean, he's got a big vocal part in that to sing, but
This one's about lima beans.
I would think so for sure.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
I saw him one time, and I wasn't like overly intoxicated or anything like that, but all I remember about the concert is doing shots out of little chocolate shot glasses and then eating the shot glass after.
That's what you took away from the Springsteen concert?
I swear to God, that's the only thing I remember.
Look at this chick over here. She's eating like all her shot glasses.
I was in a suite. I was invited to go to a suite, and so my friend,
there you go. Yeah.
we were up there, and they came by, and they were like, "Okay, time for shots and dessert," and they were shots out of chocolate cups, and
that you could eat.
That's what I remember from the freaking concert.
That's like the bar at Wonka's, just anything, you can eat everything. So he's got a show tomorrow night, and then are you guys aware like Hank Azaria's got a Bruce Springsteen tribute band? And
No.
they're coming
Did not
to town
know that.
soon?
No.
Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe, and because I was watching the footage of it, and for a split second I thought it was Bruce Springsteen, but it was Hank Azaria.
Huh.
Yeah.
And they're coming to town?
They're coming to town soon.
We gotta
Trying
see
to
if
get
we
them
can
on. Yeah.
Get Hank on if possible. So, show number 2 is tomorrow night.
And just the two, right?
Yep.
That's it, yeah.
Yep, that's it. So we'll see what else he put. Maybe he'll do Jungle Land. Maybe that'll be the night does it. The new guitarist for Megadeth says that a new album is on the way. Timu Mentasari was hired as a fill-in last year for Kiki Loriro, but the temporary gig has turned into a full-time one. While talking in an interview, Mentasari said that the band is going to record in Nashville at some point in the near future, and he said the plan is to get the next album done next year.
Did they mention what happened with Kiki?
No. So while he didn't say when recording would begin, it most likely will be after September. Megadeth is on tour until the end of September. One thing that Tool is known for is pulling a prank on their supporting acts, and it usually happens at the end of the tour. And at the end of June, it was Night Verse's turn. And in a video that was just posted by Tool online, bassist Justin Chancellor put on a Willy Wonka disguise, and several members of the crew put on massive animal costumes before storming the stage while Night Verses were performing. Chancellor conducted the band with his cane. Night Verses didn't miss a beat, even though they were apparently exchanging some puzzled looks like they had no idea what the hell was going on.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then one last story. Daniel Platzman is no longer a dragon. The drummer has officially left Imagine Dragons to focus on his film composing career. Platz has been the drummer for the band for over a decade and had nothing but nice things to say about his time in the group in his press statement. Who's going to be able to fill his shoes? No idea. At this point, the group has not announced a replacement drummer so far. And that is all that I have in music news for you this morning. So we need to chat with someone because it's back to school time. That means our interns are flying away.
Another one leaving the nest.
Leaving the nest. And we would like to welcome intern Ben to our microphones this morning. Hey, Ben, how are you, bud?
Doing A-okay. We're thriving, surviving. How are we doing?
We're great, man. Ben actually lives in my neighborhood.
Really?
And yeah, my kids went to school with him
Did you recognize him when he first showed up?
Well, I knew he was coming.
Okay, you did know. All right.
And I had found out that he was going to interview, and Marissa put him through the interview process and brought him on board. But he went to school with my kids. He went to Oak Ridge and Souderton and all that. So, but we're wrapping up here now. Where do you go to school now, Ben?
I'm finishing up at Westchester right now. So,
Okay.
Somehow we're already at senior year. Don't know how that happened.
Oh my God, you're a senior? That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
What's your major at Westchester?
So I'm a media and culture major, which is kind of like film production, whatnot, kind of like in front of the camera, behind the scenes, TV, radio.
Kathy's picture in one of your buildings? Yes. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I know that you were on Philadelphia Media Experience last semester. I think you came in to speak.
I
too,
did,
right?
yes. Yeah.
About that.
And what's at Westchester? So when I went there, it was kind of clumped into communication studies. That was the major, and now it's gotten so big that they have all different departments.
Subdivisions?
Which is
Really?
really, really nice. Yeah.
You're on the clump track.
And actually, Ben is a big Fish fan. So
well, there you go.
He's a fan of the music. Have you and Casey geeked out on conversations about Fish?
Here and there, some slight Fish talk. They recently had their show in
Mondegreen.
Yeah, Mondegreen. Yeah.
Did you go?
I wanted to, but one of my roommates was turning 21, and I was thinking, I'm not going to be able to get back in time, so I had to wait. But
you put friendship before fishship.
I did. But they're going to play in the fall or the winter, I'm sure. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Right. And also, it says one little interesting fact about Ben: you speak a little bit of Japanese.
Hi, Nihongo chotto hanasu.
Okay.
Yeah, I
what
speak
did you
a
just
little
say?
bit. I speak a little bit
You
of
speak
Japanese.
a little bit of Japanese. And did you take that in Westchester?
Yeah, so they actually have a minor for it, which I think is really cool. Not a lot of schools, I think, in PA have it. So I'm finishing up my minor for that this year. It goes up to 302 level.
Could you get by? Were you to visit Tokyo? Or
Yeah, I could say right now that if I were to go, I could probably get all the information I need to. If I needed a hotel, order food. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So have you enjoyed the internship?
Absolutely loved it. That's waking up at 4:30 was a bit of a hurdle, but it was just one of those things. I was like, oh, you know what? It's a day I'm coming in to help out with the show. I'm excited. I love the environment here. I really enjoyed it. I'm so sad to go.
Awesome, man. Well, listen, we've appreciated the help. We rely on our interns on so much. So thanks for giving us a hand. We appreciate that. And good luck to you, man.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that.
All right, let's hear it for Ben, guys. Yeah! Final day, man. We'll be saying goodbye to some others very, very soon.
I remember when you first showed him how to shave.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I don't want to get choked up. We better take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, wrap up the program. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on
Guys, in the 50 years that it has been around.
Mr. Wolf, you must stop doing that. You almost breached the outer hull of the ship. We were able to freeze your fecal matter before it hit the retaining wall.
Set shields to maximum. Oh, my God.
Can't contain it, sir. It's another hot cattle. Of course, I'm mixing crews here.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. Oh. You can't contain it.
I can't contain it, Captain. Crazy Klingon.
Final frontier.
And his poopy sex.
Oh, dear God. Okay, so I guess that's revealed in the next movie that Sulu is gay.
And I think it's just, as he said, it's casually mentioned in passing.
Yeah, it's just...
It's not like, they're 69ing,
Yeah. I think I've decided something.
What did you... Wait, are you the decider?
No.
No?
I am the noticer.
Okay.
But I have decided that when I am the noticer...
Oh, you're going to do something?
You're going to put a fake beard on?
I'm going to put on
wow.
Nice. All right.
superhero
That's going to get old real quick.
noticer mask.
Oh, kind of like the noticer.
Preston Elliott, in the dark of night, he seeks out stories to entertain you. He is the noticer.
I had this superhero mask, and it's sat on my desk for years, and I'm like, I wish I could do something with that.
He wished he could do something with it.
So I'm now wearing the superhero mask when I am the noticer.
Known to a select few as the noticer.
Yeah, this will get old, right?
It's
Kate?
going to get old for you, not for me.
It's already old.
Well, I noticed that the Mega Millions jackpot for today has ballooned up to $540 million.
Where does that put that in comparison to the biggest of all time?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That $1.1 billion Powerball lottery, there's a still. I can't look at you.
I'm sorry, I have this mask on my face right now.
Preston Elliott.
I'll take it off in a minute.
Nick can't look at him, but we can.
There were 3 winners, 3 tickets won. One is yet to be claimed. If Preston has a mask on, Casey probably should have one on too.
It's not that hard to push a button.
Casey Boy Wonder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can I put some saran wrap on my face and have Steve
And those crap on your face. It'll do you give you a hot wharf.
A steaming
Klingon?
Steaming Klingon.
I just gave Casey a steaming Klingon.
I'm sure if I'm wearing a mask, then Nick should take his shirt off.
Well, listen.
Okay.
Well, and if Nick's taking his shirt off, I should probably take mine
Done.
off.
Oh, Marissa found some saran wrap.
Pencil out.
Dude, are you serious?
It's for the bit.
All right.
Preston Elliott noticed some other things. He's still wearing his mask.
I am still wearing my mask. You know what? I'm going to have an imprint of this mask on my face when I'm done, probably.
So people are going to know who you really are.
Damn it.
We have found out who Batman is. Mr. Wayne, would you step forward? So he's got the line around his...
Yeah. How'd you know?
What?
He does have eye makeup on too, right?
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Yes. How do you get that off so quickly? And
they're appliques.
And how do you put it on? But he does have.
What do you mean?
What?
He's got
see the lines.
The circles around his eyes, like the trick binoculars.
And his hair's all molded into the pointed bat ears. That. Come here. Look in the mirror. Oh, damn it.
For a while, believe it or not, there was octopus wrestling.
Really?
And you can look that up if you want to.
Who did that?
Or octopus fighting. I'm sorry.
Oh, so an octopus would face off against an octopus. It wouldn't be an octopus
No. A
facing
person.
off against 8 people?
No, one person.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it was a thing back in like the 1940s or something like that. Nick, do me a favor. Look it
Now
up.
it's time for an octopus fight. Say, this fellow looks rather spry. Do you care to face the octopus?
I wonder if there's
I
anything.
squirted ink in his face. That's dirty pool.
Nick is looking up. I don't see it. What are you looking at? The lion?
The lion and the anaconda. I didn't know that was a fight that was possible.
There are you can find animal fights, like in the wild.
To be honest, I never much liked anacondas anyway. But I guess if lions and anacondas can get along, maybe we all can.
Can you click on that lion anaconda? I want to see that.
That one looked fake.
I was going to watch
You think it's fake?
Doc Ock versus Spider-Man.
No.
Nick is.
There was a series for a while, Preston. You remember where they had imaginary battles.
Yeah.
So who would win between a fight between a polar bear
and a crocodile?
And a crocodile, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Now this is 4.5 minutes long.
Or what would win, I should say.
Yeah, we don't have time to watch all this. So now we're watching a lion attack a giraffe. Or actually, the giraffe is attacking the lion.
Yeah.
Lion, giraffe
Kicking its ass, too. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Trampling this thing.
I know that you never thought that a giraffe could beat a lion. But I guess I never much thought that, too.
I never much thought that, too. Now we're watching a cobra versus a mongoose. Those are known adversaries. They would have fights. You put two of those in a
Ricky Tikki Tavi, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And now, meerkat versus hoot owl.
Snake versus crocodile.
All right, let's go.
Casey's all about this, man. Yeah.
I think it's snake.
The snake will win the fight.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Looks like the
crocodile won it. I don't know.
I've seen alligator versus an eel.
Do they tap out?
The snake doesn't
Remember
have any.
the snake. Safe word to sofa.
All right, jaguar versus crocodile. All right, let's see.
You gonna give him play-by-play?
Jag doesn't have a chance. He doesn't even know that the crocodile's in the water.
Looks like he's dragging it out, Casey.
Looks like he's dragging it out, though.
The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued an opinion which found in part that sharing passwords is a crime prosecutable under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And the decision, according to a dissenting opinion on the case, makes millions of people who share passwords for services like Netflix and HBO Go into unwitting federal criminals.
I don't want to go to jail for something stupid like that. Like, I know people who have who rent like the streaming movies. Whatever's in the theater right now, they can get online. I'm like,
Right.
I am not
Would it suck?
doing hard time.
If you're sitting in a cell with a guy who cut somebody's head off,
Yeah.
what are you in for? I shared my Netflix password. Say that again? I shared my Netflix password. But tell me how you beheaded that family again.
All right, so I'm a little concerned by this news story.
How many federal laws have you violated?
I don't know. Are there any gray areas in this? And I don't quite get what the illegality on sharing passwords is.
All right, here let me. This is the case that supposedly may set the precedent. The decision came in the case of David Nussel, an employee at the executive search or headhunter firm Korn Ferry International. Nussel, Korn Ferry.
I'm the corn fairy. Your corn will grow tall and yellow. Thank you, corn fairy. The Indians refer to it as maize.
If it helps, corn is spelled Korn.
Oh, okay.
And then ferry is Ferry.
Wrong fairy. This is the corn fairy.
I only have one TV in my house, but other people use my Netflix account, and they have their own separate channels. But I'm the one that's paying for it. But I'm allowing them to use it in a different place.
No, then you should be okay if you're covered for X amount of screens.
Yeah,
then
I am.
I don't think
then
that
you're
that-
fine.
but
Okay,
it's
but the people are sharing it, and
I'd lawyer up.
This is all gonna be admitted as evidence in the trial.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McElwain. On the evening of April 23rd, you seemingly shared your Netflix password with a whole cadre of people.
WMMR, it's everything that rocks. Learning to fly. I don't know why I found that so damn funny today.
The best songs are simple.
La 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 Love Lima Beans. From earlier this morning. You had to have been with us today to hear it all again. 10:33 on this Thursday morning. Getting ready to wrap up the program for the day. No guests to thank or anything along those lines. I mean, we had...
they would have weighed us down.
We had intern Ben today saying goodbye, so that's that. And listener Connie hanging out in the corner here. She brought us some food, so thank you, Connie.
And pictures of her kitchen so Kathy could eat the stuff.
This is true.
She did. She showed me pictures of her clean kitchen.
And do you approve?
I do approve. It looked nice. Yeah.
It just needs to be clean, right? Okay. Let me see. The only other thing that I do want to mention before we wrap today is the live band karaoke. A chance for you to audition to be on stage, the Preston and Steve Show side stage, which is becoming insanely popular at MMRBQ.
Oh, it's taken off, yeah.
And we need 10 singers to get up and perform with the band, Musician Impossible. So you get to come up and sing a song. And you get that, that rock star feel for a little bit. And you get a 4-pack of MMRBQ tickets if you are one of our 10 singers. And it's simple. You just make a YouTube video of you singing a song, and you can send it through WMMR.com. You'll see the contest link when you go on there.
You get to perform it with an actual band in front of a very appreciative audience. It's perfect.
Last year's show was so good, but I'm not sure if it was because of how talented the singers were or if it was because of the rye bread cart.
The rye bread cart really made a difference.
Rye bread.
Yeah, especially on a day. And the weather was terrific, but, mid-afternoon you get a little parched for some rye bread.
Yeah. Forgot about that. So anyhow, make sure you enter now and get in the running for that. If you know somebody should be in the contest, make sure you let them know about that. And then Who's Lou tonight. We're
Yeah.
the Preston and Steve Show, Who's Luau.
Who's Lou?
It will be at Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. 6 to 8, kind of an earlier thing, but we would love you to be there. 21 and over event and no cover. So come on out, be a part of it.
Listen, the idea was to have a party and hang with you, and the fact that we're going to get to see fire is going to be awesome.
Yeah, dude, Paradise Island Entertainment, authentic Polynesian dancers, live Tahitian drummers with full band, Samoan fire knife warriors.
I've seen those shows, and Preston, you have as well. You've been to Hawaii. They're amazing. They're awesome.
And also audience participation in a dance battle to crown the big kahuna of the Preston and Steve Who's Luau. So take a look at their, you'll be impressed when you see their Instagram page. It's a Paradise Luau Show. That you search for, and you'll be able to find it. And I'm curious, Kath, have you ever done hula before, or any type of Hawaiian dance?
Ooh.
Polynesian dance?
I've done, I took a few belly dancing classes to work on, the hip motion, but
okay.
No hula.
Maybe they'll get you up there tonight. We'll see. So come and join us if you will. Pierre is here. Hey, man.
Good day. Good
nice
day.
See you. How was the Bruce show last night?
Just staggering.
Yeah.
The set list you gave, it he never stops.
Yeah.
He's 74, and he wore black jeans, and a white shirt with a tie and a vest. I went with Eric Brazilian from the Hooters. He goes, he's looking a little like De Niro now, and he actually does. It's kind of interesting. Bear a slight resemblance to Robert De Niro, but he doesn't stop. He just doesn't stop. It's sort of like a longer version of the Ramones, because the Ramones would finish one song and go 1, 2, 3, 4, and you jump right into the next one. He finishes the song and it's slower 1, 2, 3, 4, and right into the next one.
Limited banter?
No, he talks. He talks a lot too. He tells stories. I think he's at that phase of his life where he's lost people.
Yeah.
He lost his mom a while ago. He talks about friends that they've lost along the journey when they do 10th Avenue Freeze Out, which is essentially the story of the band. He's running. There's stairs from the main stage down to a lower stage and then down to the floor level where there's this, fence that separates the audience. But he gets down right on the ground of the field and walks along and slaps people and high-fives people, gives them harmonicas, gives them guitar picks, hugs people, going from the fence to keep the crowd back from the left all the way to the right. Several times he did it. And during 10th Avenue Freeze Out, he hopped up on the fence and sat with two girls arm in arm as the band is playing 10th Avenue Freeze Out. And he goes, now here comes the good part. I love it. And when he goes, the big man joined the band, changes up town, the big man joined the band. He goes, and now the good part. And then the giant screens flash with Clarence Clemens' images.
Awesome.
And they also had lost Danny Federici, the organ player, and his images, and still images of them, and then images of them playing, kind of like in slow motion, and then images of them with Bruce in various, phases of his career. Brilliantly done. And then Clarence's nephew, Jake Clemens, is wickedly talented. And he comes down and he plays that horn. For a while, he was actually playing Clarence's sax, but he just nails it out of the park. It's a 16-piece band, 17 with Bruce.
It's insane.
Which is why I call it not the E Street Band anymore, but the E Street Orchestra. It was a tour de force.
You going again?
Yeah. I have nothing left. I'm shot. I am shot to hell and back. But because, we did a 2.5-hour show. Kevin Gunn came by yesterday, which was great fun. And then we went at 5 o'clock and started doing concert pre-coverage, and then went to the show, and then 2 hours of after coverage, and only one shot of tequila in that whole process.
Wow.
So,
impressed.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to lay down, take a nap, and start my show.
I need a cold compress.
I really do. I need a massage.
We can whip one up for you. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, and back at it tomorrow night.
We'll have more coverage. We'll have coverage today and tomorrow. But it was, some amazing shows we've had in this area this summer. Big ones, small ones, all kinds of levels. It's one of the busiest concert summers I can remember.
Wow. Excellent. All right. Well, why don't we get a letter from you, sir?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
N as in never.
All right, and we are going to give away a meet and greet and a pair of front row tickets to see Incubus Tuesday, August 27th at the Wells Fargo Center. They are performing the 2001 album Morning View in its entirety. Coheed and Cambria is on the bill. Tickets are on sale now. And by the way, they do have a limited number of tickets that are only $20.01.
It's great.
Plus taxes and fees that are in various locations around the venue on sale at Ticketmaster. Complete details for that, by the way, at WMMR.com. So what's on today's show?
We'll have more tickets for The Last Waltz coming November 9th to the Met. We've got workforce blocks of Alice in Chains and The Clash, Everclear, and more Bruce flashbacks.
All right. Excellent. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Manhattan Bagel. Try the new French toast egg sandwich at Manhattan Bagel today. Tomorrow's a No Sad Bro Friday. That is a wonderful thing. We'll be recapping our Who's Luau from tonight, and we'll have a good friend of ours, Mr. Craig Robinson, in the studio.
It's great. Love Craig.
Love when he comes by. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.